Okay, so we have Joseph Gibson on the Zoom meeting along with Nick, the militia guy, and on the phone here, three-way, I've got Alan from Colorado he's our radio man who does radio broadcasting, and we've got Charles, our common law expert. Alan called me today with some thoughts about, a kind of some forms that, are kind of standard that people can be using throughout the country to address certain issues. And I'm going to give Alan the floor to discuss it, and then Charles will give his feedback on it. So go ahead, Alan.
Okay. First of all, let me introduce us just a wee bit on some statistics that occurred in Ferguson during the hands up, don't shoot, Mike, and all that other stuff. First of all, I was actually standing there when the Quick Trip blew up and caught on fire. The reason why it caught on fire was because someone had accidentally threw a tear gas or incendiary grenade in the center of the building, which of course there was a bunch of junk on the floor and immediately started fire, which actually cleared out the building quite fast, which was their goal to begin with. After this happened, there was a series of events that took place. There was a huge call for interns going to SLU, stuff like that, in order to go to the federal building, which in the library, they were actually doing hard book research rather than being straddled to what's immediately available on the internet. There's another reason for that. As soon as you find a law or something that is pertaining something to your case in a hard book, when you flip a couple of pages, you're going to find more containing to that without the reference. They're kind of categorized in different categories, so you can find a lot more in a hard book than you ever can find in the internet. So I joined these crews. One of the biggest things that we were able to do that hit national attention was a 5-second rule. Did I do it? Hell no. Wow, I got involved in it was I was currently homeless. I was staying at the Rice Center. If you do a research for St. Louis, you'll find out that was a massive homeless center. We were kicked out early in the morning.
Alan, let me just welcome Brian. Welcome, Brian. We've got Charles and Alan out in Colorado who are discussing some law-based issues. Basically, Alan's going to put out some ideas about certain specific forms that people can start using around the country to address certain things. And I'd like you to get right to that, Alan, right to the point on that, and let Charles.
I am.
Okay, go ahead. And then Charles will give feedback on it. Go ahead.
How I got involved in this, and I wound up having to tell the LSAT because they didn't believe in me. And I aced the LSAT. The reason why I aced the LSAT is because it's nothing more than a logic puzzle. It's not anything to do with the Constitution, civics, or anything. And I thought I was in for it because I hadn't studied the Constitution in a long time. It made me dawn that these people are automated in a flow chart, a computer flow chart that they have to follow. And there was a couple of things that happened from this. First of all, there was approximately 18 resignations within the county, which is actually twofold. One was in the St. Louis City, which is separate from the county, which is separate from the United States, just like Denver is. That is something that I am researching. However, these things are created with what is called parallel construction and legislation. Both of these legislative acts are valid at the same time. However, they're conflicting with two different results. The problem is they only show you the right-hand legislation rather than the left. The left-hand legislation is actually the restrictions or prohibitions of government. Now, one of the things that I did study while I was working with these people was the principle rather than the writ of the law. And no law, no principle can apply to one person without applying to everybody. If you can find a statute that one person it does not apply to, that statute does not apply to anybody. Your rights are equal. If the Indians have a right to smoke weed, and you might be a historian well enough in order to know this, 18 U.S.C. 247. 18 U.S.C. 247 permits you in order to practice your religious rights. However, they say, well, you have to be an Indian and all this other stuff. And I says, who determines what my religion is in? Do I determine what my religion is? Or does the court in the United States determine what my religion is? So if it's inclusive to any religion, it's inclusive to mine. And I walked out of court. This was done in the 70s. I was only 16 years old, and I was instructed exactly word for word to say. It was only later that I would ever realize what these words actually meant. Now, we did come up with a couple of different things. One of them was notification. It did lead directly to the resignation of 18 officials within a 2-month period. And what it was a simple notice, 18 U.S.C. 241, 242, and 245. But we also included 1001. 1001 is if a public official lies or misleads for any reason, it's actually a felony. It's a very serious thing, whether he's directly involved or not. If he just comes out and says, "Oh, I know all about it," and said and so forth, that violates 1001 because he was lying through his teeth. It's our public version of perjury. Official cannot produce perjury. A lot of these officials had, especially around Ferguson. But the result of this was simple enough. What had actually happened was that these people received these letters anonymously. They were given in a certified mail, and they were tracked electronically, and it was given a general delivery for the return mail, meaning that we could tell that they actually received it. The mail remained at the post office in case somebody actually needed it for public or for other reasons. But the thing of it is, nobody would go pick that up or be compromised because they gave notice. That was the biggest thing. They were not compromised because they gave notice. These people received these notices wondering if maybe it was a friend of theirs that they had met and made friends of in the FBI, or somebody else within the office that is letting them know unconditionally that whatever is going on needs to stop immediately because now they have legal certified notice. And apparently there was a lot of shady stuff that was going on there. A lot of people want to speculate what was actually going on. I'm going to tell you right now, there was a law in the back of one of these guys' trucks. Okay, the people that actually, the first wave of responders for the riot, that was actually the ones creating the riot, calling for more people and more gear. But nonetheless, I have that on tape. And what wound up happening was this guy actually reached in. They had all this law. Well, the thing is, I had was kind of at the front of where the march was going to be, but I didn't realize it was never going to make it to me. So I had worked my way a couple of blocks away, went behind the police lines, and then was coming back. As I was coming back, we seen a Walmart or it was a Target store that was right down the street, maybe about 6 blocks from the Quick Trip. That's all. It was completely full of command vehicles, the whole 9 yards. It was more than 100 police cars there that were abandoned. There was nobody watching any of these. We didn't count any of this that was on the front line. These people were either in plain clothes or something like that all these people were there, but there was, all these vehicles, but there was not enough cops to account for that many vehicles. This was the beginning of the conspiracy, and it got worse from there. The first things that were said was equal rights matter, not Black Lives Matter. Those were the first words until fake Black Panthers showed up. So the one thing that I would like to mention, though, is the best enemy of these people, if they're doing wrong, is their own mind. And if we operate anonymously, we sit there and we coordinate so that maybe they get more than one letter. Maybe one letter originated in Washington, D.C., another one originated out of Pennsylvania. If that was the case, you know what? Washington, D.C. and Pennsylvania has a lot in common, especially when you're talking about military intelligence and military operations. Who is the only people that actually currently have authority in order to arrest an official? Well, the FBI, and guess what? Military. The military can sit there and actually make these things happen, something that a lot of people don't know. So there's two facets here that can actually be done. So if we have someone in PA and we have someone in Washington, D.C., we can spoof and use this information that they know that they're doing wrong. They know it's in public record. They know it's on paper, and they can be traced back, and denial is not going to stop them. We can actually give them a notice. There's two different notices that I came up with in this time. One is a straight notice of cease and desist. The second is a notice of pro se. The notice of pro se itself was able to get someone that is not a lawyer, someone that has only 20 years self-study, never guided study, self-study, and was managed to make his way helping someone else. It was a workman's comp case that actually he exhausted everything with the exception of one court in the nation. That was the Supreme Court. I actually wrote the documents, and within 3 tries, I actually got it into the Supreme Court. If it wasn't for that second document, it would never have been accepted. I literally told the clerk that if he did not put that in front of a magistrate or judge in order to make that decision, that I would have him charged. It worked. These people know their jobs, and especially the higher you go in the hierarchy, the more rigid these rules become. Now, if you try to work with a smaller court, such as a county court, they consider themselves Ma and Pa Kettle in Mayberry. They're not going to be bothered by no federal guy coming down here because we run this county. And that's the other thing that we have a problem with. Okay, these people where these repression is on the streets, what is actually causing the pressure. And then what do? We go out with crayon colored signs and show them to the nice police officer and then fight with him for a while, thinking that's going to change the world. It hasn't changed the world since 1958. And we have 3 generations of hippies to prove it. It's done nothing. So the idea here is, in order to get away from gathering in the street, there was only 8 complaints made to the FBI surrounding Ferguson. Only 8. This is the second biggest thing that I can give you. There was only 8. There was 2,500 unlawful arrests based on the same premise. Only 8 people complained and filed a lawsuit. Out of those 8 people, the lawyers took them down to the Federal Bureau of Investigation and had them file a complaint. Due to those 8 complaints, there was 2,500 arrests that were thrown out in bank, the entire thing. One swing of the gavel. So instead of inspiring people in order to pick up crayons and show their artwork, just simply tell them to go down to the FBI office and start standing in line. Imagine if 8 people at the FBI office in St. Louis, while the federal judges are looking down upon them, because the FBI office, I think, is in the 5th floor in the federal building at St. Louis. So the federal judges above them are looking down at this line going out the door. There's 200 people without any signs, no protest, no picketing. Let's stop using the word protest, by the way. A picket is absolutely lawful. I don't care who the hell they are. Protest, that's something else. That's a freedom of speech thing. But if you're picketing, we've already determined that, by the way, you can do that all day. So if you're going out with a crayon-colored sign, please picket. At any rate, so these people are sitting there and they look down and they find 250 people instead of 2,500, 1/10 of that many people down in a line trying to talk to the FBI about something that has gone wrong. Guess what? We'll have action. We will have action. We'll have action so quickly you will never see of anything that was bureaucratically ever not interfered with. This will be at the speed of reality. And those are the 2 things that I can determine from Ferguson. Is there any questions concerning this presentation? And yes, I can provide you a template of both these notices. Now, the first notice, Title 18, and the violations of, I have expanded a little bit. It includes 18 U.S.C. 35, which is filing a false report. 18 U.S.C. 241, a conspiracy of more than one person. 18 U.S.C. 242 would be a conspiracy of one person. or someone, a single individual. Now, they have separated this in civil law. Title 18 is the actual criminal act. Title 42 is the civil remedy. Title 42 is the exact same wording as Title 18, 18 U.S.C. 241, 242, and 245 is 1983, 1984, 45, I can't remember exactly which, in 1986, because they recently, in the last 5-10 years or something like that, changed 240.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Alan.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so is the gist of what you're presenting here, you're indicating that something that nobody's really ever doing is actually taking these titles, Title 18, Title 42, Title 35, because you often reference a lot of titles to me, that nobody's really ever taken the time to take those titles and actually go to the FBI and file a complaint on any specific issue.
You see, when you start playing the game, the rules of the game is written down. Now, everybody here would agree that it's a game. But guess what? They're the ones that have to follow the rules, because they're the ones that sit there and build it. And the best way in order to tear up that game and stop it and play end of game is to look in the rules.
All right, so let's hear what Charles, what are your thoughts on everything you've heard so far? And the gist of it being that nobody's really bothered to even take the US codes and go to the FBI to file the complaints.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Alan. Alan's a talented guy. He's onto some cutting-edge research, I do believe. And I've constructed similar documents, constructive notice of treason. I haven't quoted the federal codes a lot, but I think Alan's onto a good line of thought here. And I'm probably going to have to leave here in another 20 minutes, but I'll come on and leave for a while.
Thank you. Before you leave, though, there is something that I'm doing research. So if you're very familiar or even familiar in the procedures of a court, you'd be able to interpret some of this legislation. The legislation I'm referring to as a Mason's Manual of Legislation is exactly what they used in order to improperly impeach Trump. This is the reason why everyone was so eager in order to come forward and give testimony to their own crimes. The reason being is anything other than the exact thing that remonstrance is made for is discovered, it is not admissible. So basically, it's an ole income free. Come confess to the FBI today, you get a free way out. That's exactly what Hillary did on the tarmac. That's a lot of people don't understand that. The remonstrance was retitled and improperly titled. This is one of our biggest problems that we have. It was sponsored to the floor according to the rules of remonstrance, and it followed the floor's rules of remonstrance, exempting any other crime except exactly what the narrow investigation was, which is a very specific thing. This used to be done before we actually had courts. Now, the court would actually be held, if in person, at the post office. That's where we get the post office seal, because it was the fastest, easiest seal that they had, as well as the only government building in that area. So it was obvious and contained in the post office. This was conveniences that date back to the Pony Express days. However, these rules dating back that far, some of them have been slightly modified, but how they did that was the fact that someone else had stolen some cattle, and the only actual court, and people do not understand this, the House and the Senate are courts. They follow a court procedure. They follow court rules. There's some specific, because they have so many participants in the court. There's not just plaintiff A and defendant A or anything like that. We actually have a plethora of plaintiffs in different arguments.
Okay, Alan, just another quick interruption, just so you know, welcome to Adam. Adam Fan came in. Joseph, is that the person you invited to join in with us now? Yes. Okay. Joseph invited Adam. He's been in here listening, and Tave Stanley just joined in, just for the record. So you guys know, Alan out of Colorado has been discussing essentially, the idea that we're always hearing, well, some of us are frequently hearing about US codes, Title 18, Title 42, Title 35, Title 50, but Alan's presenting the fact that nobody's ever really taking them and going directly to the FBI and filing charges based on those codes. Charles briefly commented on that Alan's onto something here. Charles does have to go shortly because he has another show to do here. I think it's 7 o'clock, but we can resume this on maybe even Friday night, but that's where we're at right now. Go ahead and continue, Alan.
Okay. The remonstrance, however, is a mostly mysterious object. If you actually try to actually search for that, you're going to find documents dating back to the 1600s. This has to do with the church, because at one time the church was actually the court. The remonstrance is an absolute claim. It is considered supported by evidence. It is considered to be self-evidentiary because it is a witness to a crime, and that crime has caused a damage. That is all it is. But instead of being held at a local court, which is a judicial function, we're actually going to the Senate at the source of the court. Okay, and the powers of the other court. So we're dealing with a completely different set of powers. Now, these people are not prepared to get civilian filed remonstrances and actually turn these venues back into a court setting. Now, what happens is there's 3 people out of the representatives that are chosen. There's a 3-person tribunal. You can appeal it once and get a 5-person tribunal, I believe. That's something it's referring to other parts. It says it can do that, but you know what? That's just like everything else. There's not enough people out there that are familiar with the rules of remonstrance not to accidentally let it go through. And there's certainly nobody that is rehearsed in arguing against one on the Senate floor. So this is something that we can aim at people that are familiar with the law, most importantly, familiar with the principle. Okay. Unfortunately, I have to use a Masonic term because that's the one that best describes it. It's a circle of rights squared. In other words, anyone that touches that circle, if those 2 circles touch, there's rules and laws to follow. If you're standing in the middle of a field, no place, nobody else around, there are no rights. There are no prohibitions. Okay, and this is a easy description to understand. Now, I do have specifics I can share. I do have the Masons legislative manual in digital form, which you can go through and search. Is there any other questions?
Anybody? Raise a hand, I guess, if you've got a thought or an idea. Anybody else that's on the line on the Zoom? I've got Charles and Alan on the phone here, 3-way on speaker. Anybody's got a thought or a question, just raise your hand. I do think it's a valid point that Alan's making. I mean, I've myself have wondered, what are all these, codes written for nothing? US code. I don't know if you could pull it up, Alan, but I mean, just a reading of US code, 18241. Yeah, 18.
Actually, as I said, I hadn't finished that list. One of the most powerful ones is 18 USC 648. 18 USC 648. And I will be happy to read this one because this one here is going to really, this is the one that's going to make the difference. Whoever, being an officer or any other person charged by any act of Congress, in other words, they are authorized for employment under these guises. With the safekeeping of the public monies, loans, uses, converts to his own use or deposits in any bank, including any bank agency or foreign bank, as such terms are defined, International Banking Act of 1978, or exchanges for other funds except as specially allowed by law, any portion of public monies entrusted to him for safekeeping and is guilty of embezzlement of money so loaned, used, converted, deposited, exchanged, and shall be fined under this title or a sum equal to the amount of money so embezzled, whichever is greater, or in prison not more than 10 years or both. But if the amount embezzled does not exceed $1,000, he shall be fined under this title. So I don't think anyone's bothering to embezzle less than $5,000. It wouldn't be worth the risk, huh?
Right. Just for the record,
So,
Alan,
if you find a police officer that has-
just for the record, if you can, 'cause since this is a video, right, that's going out for people to listen to, read 18 US Code 241 and 242.
Okay, let me finish what this means first. If you find a police officer out there that is not doing their job, i.e. making up their job, making up laws, okay, then that's what they're doing. They're embezzling money because they're on the job. And they're wasting time. Not only are they wasting their time by falsely accusing you, but also your time. So there's two damages there, and it's something that is actually a crime for these guys, and they're be out.
Right. Well, we got a hand up, Alan. We got a hand up. So let me let Joseph weigh in. Go ahead, Joseph. Unmute. You're still muted.
All right, there, I'm unmuted now.
Right.
The codes and everything, US 41 and 42, yeah, conspiracy rights and everything, yeah, and the crimes that they commit, like if they conspire to violate your rights and you're injured or whatnot, but what's it, punishable like 10 years in prison or something, or a fine, yeah. But and I've researched that, and the RICO statutes also. I tried using that, going after the government as a criminal enterprise. But these codes, you know, the US code, you know, it's the original law was, you know, it basically what it does is it deletes the language that was, like it says, that has later been repealed or superseded. The US code is organized by
exactly,
you know, subject matter of law.
That's what I'm talking about when I refer to parallel construction. The actual code is not going anywhere. The statute is. And you have to go back to the code to find the original intent. There's very little code that is contradictory. All of these codes in Title 18 have to happen harmoniously. In other words, if you break one of these codes, you've broken more than 5. There's no way of breaking one code without breaking 5.
But
Joseph,
a citizen, it cannot initiate a criminal complaint or proceeding against a government official. They cannot be a sworn, certified.
Incorrect.
That's what I researched.
Do you choose your title, male or female, or do I? Do you choose your religion, male, you know, or do I? I am the government. So I give you your title.
Not the government.
Wait, both. Wait, Alan, stop. Alan, Joseph made a comment. He said, say the comment again, Joseph.
I can't, word for word, I can't really repeat it, but you can't be a citizen to initiate a criminal complaint using those codes. You have to be a sworn, certified.
So stop, Alan. Alan, please, Alan, let Joseph finish. Finish your thought, Joseph.
You're supposed to be a sworn, certified officer of the law through the Attorney General or the United States U.S. Attorney's Office, or a sheriff. You have to be sworn, okay, to
okay, all right, Joseph, all right, Alan, please, Alan, stop, please, you do that all the time, please stop.
This is really important, dude.
Alan, I know, Alan, you do this all the time. Please let him finish his thought. Let him tell you what he wants to say and then respond. Okay, I think he made the point.
Deal with a compound thought. I need to clear what we already just covered. He is part in only in one thing, and I have just recently did this in Larimer County, and I'm about to do it to Colorado Federal Building. And that is
again. All right, Alan, please, Alan, please, Alan, stop. Alan, please answer directly Joseph's concern.
I am. Okay, I'll answer it. How about that? How about Court Rule 4? Criminal Court Rule 4N. That's it. That's the answer. Do you understand that?
No, we don't.
Criminal Court Rule 4 eliminates what he just said. No, that is completely incorrect. And the order and procedure is very important to understand. If Mr. Joe Blow got his poor little bike, got his run over by Al Capone, and we have a witness that is a witness against Al Capone, that was there, and he's the one that sat there and actually was driving. And you got him every bit of it. That complaint goes to the DA's office. Which one is more important? Sitting there prosecuting Al Capone or exposing his witness because of your bicycle? You see, it becomes the people's decision, which is very important. It is listed in Criminal Court Rule 4. And I will look this up right now because
I have it right here in front of me right now.
He has it in, Alan, please, he has it in front of him. Go ahead and read it, Joseph.
Rule 4, which it says summons, okay? A, name the court and the parties, be directed to the defendant, state the name and address of the plaintiff's attorney or if unpresented of the plaintiff. D, state the time in which the defendant must appear and defend. E, notify the defendant that a failure to appear and defend will result in a default judgment against the defendant for the relief demanded in the complaint.
You're close. That is civil. That's civil, not criminal.
What Rule 4 you said? That's why you said was Rule 4.
Warrant or summons on a complaint. Issuance of a complaint. If the complaint or one or more affidavits filed with the complaint establish probable cause, that is a probability of 50.1% to believe that an offense has been committed. In the public record, the offense has been committed, and the defendant committed it. The judge must issue a arrest warrant.
So who initiates? So I bring my complaint to who?
Listen, let me finish my words. You have to be in a general court where both civil and criminal law is reviewed in that court. It's a general court. It's not a FISA court. It's not a specialized court. And if a complaint from anybody, it doesn't say from the prosecuting attorney or anything. It says if a complaint with an affidavit is filed, they must issue a warrant to an officer authorized to execute it at the request of an attorney for the government. The judge must issue a summons instead.
So I'm presenting my complaint to who?
President Trump or President Biden. You're not going to take him off the stand for running over your bicycle.
Okay, I write this complaint out.
Alan, please, Alan, it's got, Alan, stop it. It's got to be give and take here. I've given you the floor for 45 minutes. I've given you the floor. Alan, please.
A citizen can file a complaint.
With
Anyone
who?
can file a complaint.
I'm going to mute you at the moment, Alan.
Anyone.
Go
With
ahead.
who? Who do you file the complaint
I'm not
to?
playing
Who?
this game. Stop interrupting
Then
me when I finish my sentence.
I've given you the floor,
Anybody can file, whether you're a citizen or otherwise, you can file a complaint.
but let the man
The
speak.
FBI.
Fine, that's great, Alan. We all hope that's true. That's beautiful. But let the man express his concern or his thoughts and allow him to finish and then respond to it. Go ahead, Gibson.
Who do I file the complaint? I filled out the complaint according to the rules that you just stated here. Where do I take my complaint to?
All right, technically, this is where it went wrong here in Larimer County, and now I'm testing it in federal. I already caught the clerk, okay, violating 18 U.S.C. 1505, obstruction of an official process. I was filing a document that clearly said felony complaint. They can't block that document.
Because I contacted the
Wait,
federal.
hold on, Joe. Hold on, Joe.
It surfaced. There was another problem that surfaced. There was no way for them to enter it into the computer. Not the fact that they were blocking it. There was no way of doing it because they haven't done one since 1963.
Okay, now I'm going to ask
That
you
was
to,
a year after my birth.
all right, now I'm going to ask you to be silent for a minute, Alan, because what I just heard you say is, well, gee, yeah, we can file the complaint. Gibson, you're wrong. We can do it. But we got a problem. There's no way for them to put it in the system. I mean, is that what you just said?
Right now in Larimer County, that's the best I can come up with. And that is not directly spoken, but indirectly suggested by the court administrator. I actually went out in with her last March. I spent a month every day at the courthouse, very carefully making sure I'm not arrested for being so inquisitive, but making sure everybody knew I was there in order to file that. And I was obstructed.
Okay, now hold that thought. Hold that thought. Wait, let me interject. Let me interject, please. Alan, please, let me interject. Because I believe when you were reading, you also said that the complaint needs to be given to an attorney who delivers it to a judge.
No, that's in a remonstrance. And that's something else. That's called sponsorship to enter the court. Okay, and in the Senate, you need sponsorship to enter the court.
Well, that's a
But
totally another
federal-
animal. Forget about.
That is, and they're supposed to take that complaint. After the complaint is taken, it goes to the prosecutor's office. The prosecutor chooses through the freedom of people, because it may be in the better interest of the general community for that not to surface yet. Okay, has the choice in whether or not to prosecute. But that doesn't mean that that is not forwarded with the warrant for execution to the prosecutor's office, which then is supposed to forward that warrant to the sheriff. That is the authorization that thing is referring to. Now, in Colorado here, they disemboweled our...
Alan, hold on, Alan. You talk nonstop. You're worse than me. I can be bad. You're 10 times worse than me. So hold on. Joseph.
Well, you're into things.
Joseph has his hand up. Joseph, go ahead.
I filled out a complaint for violating the US 18, 241, and 242. I contacted the federal court, okay, clerk's office, and said, can a regular citizen file a criminal complaint with the magistrate or file a criminal complaint with the clerk to pursue an arrest warrant or criminal complaint against a public official or someone like a probation officer or just a regular citizen or whatnot? She said, no, you cannot do that. The only remedy that a citizen has, can I finish? The only remedy.
Let him finish, Alan. Let him finish, Alan. Alan, let him finish. Go, Joe.
She told me the only remedy that I have is to use USC 1983. That's the only remedy I could use through her court. That's what she told me.
Well, that's unfortunate that she's so misinformed, and that behavior, if she put it in record, please put that on paper and I'll leave. That's what you do. To get them to actually refuse that on paper, and
then what do we do?
It took me a month in order to get them to refuse.
Okay, if she does that, what do we do then?
Submission on paper.
And if she does that, what do we do?
Well, you get it on paper. You actually submit that through the post office, which now is interfering with not only the official duty to file it, but also you're interfering with the federal mail, because the mail was directly addressed to the file, not her. She interfered with federal mail.
Okay. She did all these things. What do we do now, though? What do we do? What's our remedy? I mean,
okay, you simply document it. Until you find somebody willing in order to sit there and go through Court Rule 4. Even if you go through Court Rule 4,
what rule was that found in?
Guess what? It still has to go to the DA's office.
What rule is that? Federal Rules of Civil Procedure? What rule is that? That rule.
It is criminal Court Rule 4 Federal Procedure. Yes.
Yeah, well, I got it right here. Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Federal Procedure right here. Rule 4.
Criminal. Not
criminal.
Civil is not the same as criminal.
There's criminal and civil.
Okay, but the citizen can't initiate criminal.
So these rules, like I said, it's parallel construction. You're in a civil. Let's go back to does the glove fit? Okay, you're in a civil courtroom and evidence surfaces that would absolutely need to not have the criminal trial first. That would be important. But during this trial with O.J. Simpson, evidence surfaced within the civil trial to believe within 51% confidence that he did commit murder. Then that is forwarded to the DA. The DA approves the warrant, and then the warrant goes to the federal marshal. That's how it happens.
Well, that's what it says. Rule 4.
Every single court in the nation, you cannot. If they did not have the criminal, then they could not find you in contempt of the civil court either.
Well, Rule 4
you can go in
says.
there and do whatever you want.
Rule 4 says gives priority to the issuance of a summons instead of an arrest warrant. In order for the magistrate to issue an arrest warrant, the attorney for the government must show a valid reason. So citizens can't do this. We can't do this. We need an attorney.
Now you just said exactly.
No, because what happens is I am the prosecutor. I'm the one that
You're not a
an attorney that represents the government has come to the judge and said, arresting this person is not a good idea. Instead of the judge authorizing a warrant, a summons is served to that person instead. They're not put in handcuffs.
Yeah, but wait a second here. A citizen can't do this, though. We need an
So why do
attorney.
you need an attorney?
What's that?
He said, why?
Why do you need an attorney?
Because that's what the rule says.
Alan, I concur with Joseph. Listen, he's reading it. Listen to what he says. Go, Joe.
Rule 4 gives priority to the issuance of a summons instead of an arrest warrant. In order for the magistrate to issue an arrest warrant, the attorney for the government, which obviously must be the prosecutor, must show a valid
That's
reason.
not Rule 4.
Wait, he just read it.
That's now, hang on,
No.
guys, what you're missing here, what you're missing in what he just read was that was the requirement to arrest him. An attorney must present, a prosecutor must present a reason to arrest him.
No, it said for a summons.
What Alan is speaking about is a summons.
Prosecutor, right now, the word prosecutor is not in here. A prosecutor can be anybody.
Adam's trying to join,
The
make,
word prosecutor is
Alan.
not in this.
Alan, let Adam speak now. Adam's trying to make his point. Go ahead, Adam.
And
don't say
the
nothing.
wording,
Don't say nothing, Alan, until Adam's finished. Go ahead, Adam.
in the wording and the language of what Joe just read, he's talking about the procedure for having someone arrested. It's not the same thing as having a summons created. You need to make a distinction between those two things. So he's talking about the requirement that a prosecuting attorney has to present the evidence that there is a reason to have someone arrested. And arrested is not the same as a summons. So we need to distinguish those two things.
Right, and to
Correct.
reiterate,
Okay.
because that's what I heard too.
I
For
can.
okay,
Okay, because it
Let me
says,
explain.
all right, let him
explain.
go ahead,
There's
Alan.
two elements here. First of all, when these laws were created, when it was actually codified, there were still people running around in the West here that didn't have any law. The only law that was around that was actually a commercialized law in the 50s and 60s was actually the sheriff in Las Vegas. Okay, that was the only actual law for a lot of the West until it was commercialized, and each one of these towns started incorporating in order to be able to hire police officers.
well,
So
can I say something else?
the problem that we're talking about is the fact that there would be a crime committed. There is two doors. There is no obstruction to either door, whether you're the plaintiff or the defendant. You can enter in either door. This is basic.
Yeah,
civics.
as of 1967.
Now, the other thing of it is a crime can be committed with or without the benefit or the assistance of law enforcement.
Okay.
And that report cannot go ignored under the principle of the law.
Okay, let Joseph speak now, Alan. Go, Alan. You just go on and on and on and on. You're making several points. Let people respond.
He's presenting compound thoughts, and then I have to sit there and address each one instead of all at once, instead of each one at one time.
Right.
So it gives him an opportunity to redirect his thoughts.
No, it gives an
happening. I have to sit here. No.
Well, this says right here,
rather than
well, according to the criminal procedure that you're talking about, Rule 4,
Listen,
it says arrest warrant or summons on a complaint. This rule is meant to require any person issuing such a warrant or criminal summons who is not the clerk to communicate this fact to the clerk of the court. So you communicate this fact with the court, but who is that person that they're talking about? What person are they talking about in this rule? A regular citizen cannot issue this criminal complaint or issue a warrant. You can make a complaint with the clerk, but it's going to go to a prosecuting attorney. And they're just going to throw it in the trash.
No, it has to go to the judge. As soon as the complaint with a supporting affidavit hits the judge's desk, there's no prosecutor there. As soon as this requirement is done, a warrant must be issued. If in the event that the state comes and says, please don't do that, and that's only if they have notification.
No, the district attorney.
So the summons, that's the plain wording here. That's the actual wording. Did you know that a comma saved your mother's life?
It says in preliminary proceedings.
Alan, stop. Joseph, hold on. Alan, stop, please. Just stop. Please, Alan, pull the reins. Hold on. Hold your thoughts for a second. Okay. Right now, hold on. Right now, I'm listening to both of you. And it sounds to me, I'm listening to Joseph. He's reading it, and I concur with his interpretation.
He's reading an interpretation of the law, not the actual law.
No, I'm reading the actual rule, the actual law.
Library.
Okay, all right. So let's let Alan read it now. All right, go ahead. All right, go ahead and read it, Alan. Go ahead, Alan, and read the actual law. Let's let.
At the tailgate or behind the tailgate, and just as a reminder, our tour does close in 1 hour.
Is if a complaint or one or more affidavits filed with the complaint. So one affidavit or more of them have to suggest this event happened. Establish probable cause. Probable cause is rated at 51% probability. To believe that an offense has been committed. Remember, you just have an affidavit which is verified. That is not mentioned in this. I found that subtlety later. They want to add the word verified here. Verified means that you're also standing in front of the judge with your complaint and your affidavit, which I made sure I was available to do. Okay? They didn't want me to verify that complaint. Now, to an officer authorized to execute it. At the request.
Right there, to an officer, right there, to an officer authorized to execute it.
Thank you.
To do what?
Read. All right, Alan, you're kind of bugging
Executing.
me out because first of all, Alan, you're reading it and then you're trying to give your. Wait, Alan, read it without stopping every other sentence and giving your personal interpretation of it. Read the whole thing without stopping every.
It's real simple. If a complaint or one of more affidavits filed with the complaint establish probable cause to believe that an offense has been committed and that the defendant committed it, the judge must issue an arrest warrant to an officer authorized to execute it. Now, the officer would be the person that arrests him, that actually goes out with handcuffs. The judge is not going to run out of his courtroom and with handcuffs.
No, we're not concerned. Hold on. We're not Alan, stop. Alan, please, Alan. We're not concerned about who's arresting. We're concerned about getting the damn complaint to the person that can do the arresting. I see Adam nodding his head.
Whoa,
Adam.
You have to go through the judge.
Adam just took off.
It's not the prosecutor's office. It's the judge. Nowhere here does it say the Colorado prosecutor's office. And it doesn't say that it has to be a criminal complaint. Only the fact that a crime was committed and the affidavit certifies it.
Alan, you got to work on this. You got to work on this back and forth ability to let people communicate, man, because you just go on and on and on.
I can't address, dude, I'm sorry, I can't address imagination. I'm working directly from the wording that is here.
No, that's not what you're doing. That's not what you're doing. You're reading a sentence. You're reading a sentence and then giving it your interpretation. Reading a sentence and giving it your interpretation. Reading a sentence.
Interpretation. I'm explaining the sentence.
You don't have to. We're not children. We're not children. All right. We're not kindergarten students, Alan. You don't have to explain a sentence to us. Just read it for what it reads. We can hear what it says. I'd like for you to read it again. I'd like for you to read it. I'd like for you to read specifically. I'd like for you to read specifically again, because we still haven't gotten through it. Unfortunately, I guess, Adam, I don't blame him because I'm having to yell over you to get you to. But Adam was nodding his head in agreement, and I don't know who he was nodding his head in agreement with.
Only according to Rule 15A-304, warrant for arrest. Only a judicial official may issue a warrant for arrest only when he is supplied with sufficient information, supported by oath or affirmation. There you go, right there.
That's it.
We're not allowed to issue warrants. We cannot issue warrants. You can call the prosecutor and make a complaint, and the prosecutor will investigate.
That's right.
Big deal.
The only one that can issue a warrant is a judge, but that's something we already knew.
Send Adam a text there, Joe, or whatever you communicated, and just ask him if he was concurring. Ask him if he was concurring with you or with Alan, because he was nodding his head in agreement, and I was yelling to get Alan to stop with the rambling so he could.
I would like to hear his
That
thought.
rambling was the explanation you're still trying to find. It was all there. It's all there.
Yeah, and Joseph just laid it out contrary.
To go through a judge in order for it to be fulfilled. After it goes to the judge, the federal marshal, the state marshal, or the local sheriff is the ones that handle the arrest. It's authorized to do it. Those are the people authorized in order to make arrests. The judicial system does not have arrest powers.
Who has arrest powers?
That's the reason why when that judge came out roaring out of his car and escorted that lady back in, he was almost sit there and dethroned.
Alan, you won't stop. Every time you say something and Joseph tries to ask a question on something you said, you got your next sentence coming on. You just won't stop. And Joseph can't try to clarify what you're saying for the benefit of everybody.
Okay, go ahead.
Citizens
I was able to
do
let
not,
you stop.
Like right there. Okay, go ahead. And then Joseph starts talking and there you go again. Go ahead, Joseph.
citizens do not have the authority to issue arrest warrants. We have to bring our complaints to a prosecuting attorney that is obviously elected, a district attorney. And then that district attorney brings it to a magistrate to sign off on. And then that magistrate gives it to a law.
Anyone can make a complaint.
God almighty.
Anyone can make a complaint to anybody else. You can make a complaint directly to the court and file your own case. You can make it to the FBI. You can make it to the sheriff. You can make it to Zaire. You can make it to 7-Eleven. You can make a complaint.
Yes. Private citizens cannot execute or issue warrants.
Okay, so a citizen can't make a complaint.
Citizens
You
can't
can't
issue,
complain about
cannot
being a citizen.
execute
Well,
or
the
issue
government
a
shouldn't
warrant.
treat me like this.
You
Say it
can't
again.
issue a warrant.
It doesn't make any sense, dude. No, a citizen, you see, without the authority of a citizen, you see, that's where some of this misnomer comes from. And I'm glad you actually mentioned that, because the actual citizen has the authority in order to make this. A person that is not a citizen doesn't, because you don't have the judicial jurisdiction. You have to remember, we the people are the people that run this country. Now, if you want to get
Through
down
our
to
elected
brass tacks or
representatives.
that actual division, then we can talk about nationalism and if you are a national or a state citizen.
Joseph
Now
just made a good point. Alan, Joseph just made a good point. I'm always harping on that point. You're right. We the people, we're the authority. But guess what? We have elected representatives, which is a big problem.
I don't care what fraudulent paperwork they're running around with.
Well, then why do we have elected representatives? We shouldn't have elected representatives.
I can't.
And we wouldn't if we had frickin' people that were living in God's way, right?
Yeah.
In a single room yelling at each other. I don't think that would be right, especially when those people would outnumber the people.
We can't have people running around making up warrants and
supposed to be
arresting
the
people.
capital. So who's
chaos.
supposed to represent all this yelling everyone's doing and all the crayon colored signs? You see, the problem is there was a guy in South Carolina. He actually revived the remonstrance under its original title, even sponsored. But the problem was he called for the entire government to be declared a fraud and the entire thing lobotomized overnight. The problem was it would have left everybody with all this infrastructure and nobody do that thing.
All right, Alan Tave just raised his hand. Let's hear what Tave has to say, and we'll see how much he can get out before you interrupt him, Alan.
I'm not going to say too much.
Let
You guys do
make
the.
them compound issues, because there's too many issues that we're addressing at one time, and that's what's causing.
See, there you go. Go ahead, Tave.
Go ahead.
When you have a situation where a complaint wants to be filed and anybody can do it, isn't that the same problem we're having with these red flag laws in the Second Amendment, where the say ex-wife or whoever just is pissed off can go and file a complaint, they knock on your door, and then you're in the dead or in jail? Is now are we going down that road where these complaints have to be done that way?
We've been down that road since we opened the door. Yes, the answer is yes. Anyone can sit there and make a false complaint against you. And as long as we sit there and make laws that is easy to make a false complaint in a statutory form, of course these social stresses will hit everybody. And I think that's the point of our opposition.
Well,
That
who's
is
going
the
to
parallel
depict,
construction that we are actually fighting.
who's the person that then are the people that are
It
going to
makes it
decide whether or not it's a
easier in order to put in a false
justifiable complaint?
And then,
Jesus.
well, what happens if a woman really is being beat up and she's afraid because if she's accused of making a false complaint and then she's sent right back to her husband?
Well, that happens all the time.
You see, they're
But
not.
I think there's more.
Yeah, well,
I think there's more
that's
imprisonment.
the reason why they're not allowing that they'll take the complaint, okay, and they won't, even though it's a false complaint and it's false on his face, okay, they won't charge this person.
Right.
They won't
So
charge
I'd say
anyone because they don't want to sit there and discourage someone from actually putting a real complaint.
well, I mean, with you guys arguing, I still can't figure out who, if I wanted to file a complaint, can I even go do it or not? Am I
You're
gonna,
right,
is it a
exactly.
dead
Yes,
end?
you can. Lawfully,
But is
you
it a
can.
dead end? Who's going to
Lawfully.
execute
Now, whether
who's
or
going
not
to
these other
execute what
people
needs to be
are
done?
educated to know what I have shared with you is another subject. You have to remind them of 1505, obstruction of a process.
Alan,
That's how I
hold on,
Well,
Alan.
who
Let me,
executes?
Alan,
you
let me
don't
bring,
do what
let me bring Tave up to speed here. I'm not sure when I know you joined us in a little late. Bottom line was, Alan
there.
was talking, Tave, right? He came on, I gave him totally the floor. Charles was here with us earlier too, so that he could discuss these concepts of US code. Because I concur. Why do we have US code? Are they just written for freaking nothing to read and look at? They must
Right.
have some purpose, right? So Alan essentially is taking a position of indicating that a person themselves can file an affidavit, a complaint based on a violation of their rights under 18 US code, and then they can take that right to a federal judge and say, here, federal judge, my rights were violated, and the judge has to issue a summons or an arrest warrant. That's what Alan's saying. And then Joseph pointed out that no, you have to, I don't know who that was.
You have to go, don't you have to go into some type of jurisdiction inside the courtroom and establish yourself to have that complaint and go through the court to file all that?
That's another good point,
No,
jurisdiction.
No, that's a verified complaint. That's a verified complaint. That's a separate issue.
Well, but it's still an issue.
You're right, but it's not being applied right. You're absolutely right. You do have to show up. You do have to.
Does the jurisdiction come up like that,
verify
or
your
are you either in there?
However, it does not require the verified complaint in order to get the warrant. In order to go to bail, because technically, whatever bail they have, there is a counter bail for, whether it's criminal or civil. You're supposed to go out and get a bond. A lot of times they don't do this anymore because
Okay, let's say this. Let's say that
somebody practices.
Let's say that you're the judge. I come in there, and from a previous proceeding we've had, I file a complaint against you. Now, you sitting on the bench see this. How is this going to turn and come about where who's going to execute this? Who's going to actually, I mean,
that scenario, that's the moment that scenario happens, the judge recuses himself, and then you get the biggest asshole in the world coming into the,
right,
because he's ready to fuck with you.
Okay. Upon all this
you have to
happening,
remember something.
who
We
executes?
are definitely dealing with one fact. All these laws cannot take into account. As a matter of fact, every single one of these laws is meant to control that factor. You know what it is? The human factor.
Who do we turn?
The cruelty. All these laws are designed in order to remove the human factor, but the
Frisbee
person that's
versus
still on that
Collins.
bench is the human.
Okay, listen, the magistrate manual, or you can look up the magistrate's manual, adult arrest procedures, and it goes all through what has to be done in order to have an arrest warrant issued. And citizens cannot initiate an arrest. They can only initiate a criminal complaint. And
That's what I thought.
That's it.
Because if that was the case, we'd have everybody in Jackass their brother would be the
Correct.
sheriff putting people in jail.
Oh, hold on. He fell off the line, guys. He apparently fell off.
So who goes to actually execute something that goes through? If you
Hey,
have an attorney,
You there?
go to the
I guess you fell off. I don't know. Now you're on two lines. You're on
Oh,
two
you-
lines now. Your other phone didn't drop off. I don't know what happened, but I got you on two lines now, Alan.
I'll yield to you
It
guys
happens
now.
to me all the time. And you have to understand, I cover the COVID stuff, and I'm on mainstream media, so that I know that my stuff's being interfered
All right,
with.
so he fell off, guys, when you were making that point. Read that again, Joseph.
Okay, if you want to know about the issuance of warrants and whatnot, okay, a very good thing to read is Magistrate's Manual. Okay, first of all, Chapter 2, Adult Arrest and Procedures, and it goes through all the. And you got Frisbee versus Collins, and then you go facts establishing probable cause, the definition, Sanders versus Palmer, and then you go down and farther, and it shows how the procedures are brought forward. You can initiate a complaint, okay, to a magistrate, and then that magistrate has to determine whether or not there's probable cause to issue a warrant. But that warrant will then be given to
Why
a
did you
certified
give a
police
waiver?
officer.
Why did you give a waiver for a magistrate? I haven't signed a waiver for a magistrate.
Well, who are you going to bring your complaint
Actually,
to?
look at my complaint as a judge, because I haven't signed.
A magistrate is a judge. A magistrate is a
You have to
judge.
sign a waiver to do that.
A magistrate is a judge.
Yes.
No, it is not.
Yes.
A magistrate is not a judge.
One of the magistrate's most important functions is that of a judicial officer in conducting a probable cause hearing for arrest. This is okay. I don't know how else more clear it
Let
could
me
be.
see. No, I know that, and they accept that. But again,
Oh, well, you don't
very
accept it. I don't know what to tell you.
specifically says, it very specifically says a judge. This is a hand down of authority to a lower court for the authority of arrest is what you're reading. Now, just a second. I actually have a document that was given to me in my own case, which is a federal case. I have to go to Pacer. Okay, and it is a demand to allow a magistrate. And the only way I'm going to receive that is if that's what required for a magistrate in order to watch or look at my case. I've not given them authorization for that knowledge.
Who's doing a demand for magistrate? You, or they're demanding you get a magistrate?
No, they sent me a waiver to allow for a magistrate to review my case.
Under Rule 3A3
I have it right
and Rule
here. I'm looking
7C3.
it up right now.
The complaint shall consist of sworn statements of a person or persons of facts relating to the commission of an alleged offense. The statement shall be made upon oath before a magistrate empowered to issue arrest warrants. The magistrate may require the sworn statements to be reduced to writing and signed of the complainant is a law enforcement officer, but shall require the sworn statements to be reduced to writing if the complainant is not a law enforcement officer. Only a magistrate can issue a warrant.
Now, doesn't a notice of appearance start all of this to begin with? And can't you just file a notice to appear before a judge and go into the judge with your complaint?
No. It says this is the proper procedure right here. Prior to receiving testimony from the complainant, the magistrate must administer an oath regardless of whether the complainant is a law enforcement officer or a private.
You guys are both giving your opinions on that at the same time.
No, I'm reading it actually from the.
All right, let Joseph read it first, Alan, and then you can go. Go ahead, Joseph.
This is the general procedure right here to get an arrest warrant. This is the general procedure. The complaint shall consist of sworn statements of a person or persons of facts relating to the commission of an alleged offense.
Why, Alan? Why on God's green earth do you keep doing that? Alan, I just, do I need to send?
Because it's parallel again.
No, Alan was reading. Alan, hold on. Joseph was reading. Let him read. Stop interfering, please. Go,
Yes.
Joseph. Start over. And don't say a word, Alan.
The DC 311 criminal complaint form is available to facilitate this process in a uniform manner. Okay, that's the complaint form that you need to get an arrest or pursue an arrest warrant. That has to be given to a magistrate, not a judge.
Okay, under 28 USC 636C and DC, Colorado, which is mixed with federal because you have to follow state and federal law in order to establish that in the federal court. Assignment of cases, district assignment of magistrate judges. You are notified that the civil action has been randomly assigned to full-time U.S. States magistrate judge of this district to conduct all proceedings in the civil action, including trial. in order to the entry of the final judgment, exercise of jurisdiction by magistrate judge. However, is permitted only if all parties voluntarily consent to the reference under 28 USC 636C. So when did you give your waiver?
You just said
That's
civil.
seen by
You just
any
said civil. You
he
said
said
civil
magistrate
when you were
judge.
reading that, Alan.
And he said magistrate judge too.
Of course, this has to be filed, and the only thing that the requirement is that a complaint and a affidavit appear before a judge in a general court where both civil and criminal court rules exist. Both of these rules exist simultaneously, parallel. One you only can get money for, the other one someone's going to jail. And they have the power of both in that court. Can they execute an arrest? Absolutely not. They do not have arrest powers. They are judicial. Only the executive branch has arrest powers. So when you forget the basic, three-pronged government and who has what power, you can easily confuse one for the other.
Yeah, Alan, please.
something
Oh,
else.
God, Jesus.
Go ahead. You interrupted me. I'm yielding.
I got to interrupt you because you just will go nonstop, man. And you interrupt when people are talking all the time.
I'm explaining it. For the rest of it, that remains unexplained.
Joseph,
I've hit
Joseph,
these potholes before.
Joseph said, and I'm just telling you what he said. Don't respond to me until I'm done talking. Joseph said, what's the point? And obviously we came on here to do this because we all concur. Ultimately, what we're all doing here is trying to find a fucking solution to hold these criminals accountable. Bam.
Right. Yep.
That's the bottom line. And
Obviously,
because
we're not going to
I'm not done. And because none of us went through the little attorney school and we don't play legalese and all their bullshit, we're trying to find a legitimate way to hold them accountable. So I gave you the floor for a really long time. You got to express your point. Other people joined in, and then we were trying to make the point, but you were saying some things that needed to be clarified. And every time somebody tried to ask a question or clarify, you kept rambling and wouldn't let them do it. So now Tave started getting confused. We got to go back and forth here and tear it apart one thing at a time to see if there is a solution here, because that's what we're trying to do, is find out. Well, I'm not done. I'm not done. So we can find out if there actually is a very streamlined, absolute way to move forward as a person, as a man or a woman, which again brings up the issue of jurisdiction, right? Because the de jure, the Constitution, right, versus the legalese and the de facto, that becomes a factor. In my understanding, I think if I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, it's Title I, Title III courts, right, are supposed to be the federal, de jure constitutional courts. And if you go to any other court other than those, you're dealing with their legalese and you're dealing with their procedures. Whereas if you go to a constitutional court,
judge.
Well,
this is what it says right here, according to your rule.
Regardless of the name and the title you give the court, the best
Every state,
you give the court is your own.
all right, so
Every
let
state
Alan.
Court of Rex A. Frederickson. I am the one that called this court. That's all the court is. Whether the state calls it, they call the court in the name of the state.
All right, let
That's how
Joseph.
they call the court.
All right, let Joseph read what he was going to read, and don't
every
interrupt.
state is pretty much uniform in the same way, but this is Massachusetts, for instance, and this is pretty much how the procedure is done, according to, hang on here, Criminal Procedure Rule 4, form and contents of complaint or indictment amendment, okay? That's what it is. You have to have the contents of an indictment or complaint. Okay, the subscription of an application for the issuance of process. Then you have the indictment based upon secondary evidence, and then you have who you bringing this to. That's what we're all trying to get to, like Mike was saying. We have the complaint. I want to bring, let's just say, President Obama up on criminal charges. Okay, where do I bring my complaint to? I can't walk into a building and say, I'm holding my court here today. Everybody get out and shut up.
Yes,
I want to see a judge.
You can actually have
I'll
your
be
court
locked
at
up.
3 o'clock in the morning, and everyone's going to have to show up.
No, they don't.
You can do that. Whether you're in the US or in the UK, it doesn't matter. You can even do it in Canada.
Well, then I'll be in,
Anything that is originating from
farm
the
then.
original clean sport, and our procedure originates from that same sport. There is always a judge on duty, regardless of the courthouse.
Yeah, I would imagine you would have to be referring to a common law court then.
No, I'm talking about any one of these buildings. Any one of these buildings.
Okay.
They're only a room. You can sit there and call your own court.
I get that. That's fine. I would like to see how that works out for you.
In the
Walking
name
in
of the
there and saying,
Queen,
I'm calling my own
the
court.
Queen, we call this court.
Oh,
Well,
Lord.
in the name of your name, because you are a citizen authorized to call this court.
And I'll
That's
be.
where you get your authorization. This is something that the opposition has been deteriorating in people's minds for a long time.
You're going to be
But the
electrocuted.
highest
You're
order
gonna-
of the courts, I am a man and I am a citizen. of
And
this
right
court.
then and there, you're gonna get
Therefore,
8
the
deputy
highest
sheriffs to
authority is
electrocute
that
you,
of a
drag you
man.
downstairs.
And they have no authority over you whatsoever.
So I agree
Okay.
with that in theory, Joseph. I agree with him there that the man is the highest authority. And I think Charles, but see, I think again, that goes back to common law court. That which Charles
You
even said.
determine your title when you walk into court. You determine the title. They don't
Okay.
determine. Oh, you're a sovereign citizen. They don't assign you a title. You walk in with your title. They don't give it to you. No more than they give you your.
You're gonna
Well,
walk
that's
into
true.
their building. You're gonna walk into a building and say, yeah, I'm a man, living man in the flesh, and I'm here to do what? Bring a complaint against such and such a person. I don't understand where do you think that's gonna work?
Be so flamboyant. How about this? Me Tarzan, Jane take bone.
How about this?
Jane
How about
get
this?
that bone.
That's
That's all. That's it. That's all. You have all
You're
the
gonna get
elements
tasered
of a
and brought
complaint there.
downstairs.
You have what the crime was, that she took his bone. You have the fact of the remedy to give the bone back. And you have given the authority when you talk to the judge for him in order to make the decision in the case.
Well, you're gonna be
You have
talking to
all the
center blocks
elements.
and
If
cell
Jane
blocks.
took bone, give bone back. My name is Tarzan. That's it. I'm a man. I'm Tarzan. That woman. Yeah,
Hold
took
on
my
a minute.
bone,
Wait a
named
minute.
Jane. Give bone back. That's
Go
it.
ahead, Dave. Hit it, Dave.
Interrupt. Okay, now if we're talking about common law, and you're saying that I can just walk in any court, claim this sovereign citizenship like we talk about, and they're gonna supposed to do what I say.
Sovereign citizenship. Sovereign citizenship is a oxymoron. Now, a citizen that is sovereign, and there's 2 more words added to that.
Okay.
Yes.
Are
that
they
is
not
absolutely
under
right.
maritime law?
No, that's
Are
a
they not
different
under
subject,
maritime
but
law
we'll
right
go
now?
into that later.
Are they not? Is every court in the land not under maritime law? Under the corporation?
Yes and no.
Yes and no?
Yes and no. It depends
That's,
on how
then
you
then you
call it.
have to establish your
You can
jurisdiction,
call it
correct?
under your local custom. You can call court under your local custom, which could be as limited as Old Swenson's Creek location.
Well, that's when I don't
That has
acknowledge
its
them when they
custom,
walk
and
in.
this fisherman, and someone come in and broke your custom.
They say rise for the judge, and I don't
You can
stand
have
up
a
there.
court.
I don't acknowledge them like that.
All
then.
of these buildings are for that.
Okay, well, here's the
Yeah,
thing.
it's limited to your complaint.
If everything that everybody keeps talking about, that I need to go file this, get my birth certificate to do this, and do that, and get these people to go get this guy, to go get that judge, to put this guy in jail, why can't I just do it by myself? Why can't, if what you're saying, I can't do it by myself. So I can be the judge, jury, and the
the
executioner.
Rube Goldberg method of law. All these other things stand in front of you, including common sense, because you
Well,
accept
I'm
one
saying is-
thing, that we live in a republic, whereas the law stands before the majority's wishes and wants. You don't just say, well, we want your children and we're going to sit there and take them. You'll get shot. Why? Because they haven't managed to say, well, we want your guns and we're going to take them. They haven't even been able to do that. But we're already going to sit there and let them sit there and do these other things and force a vaccine on us. Where did that come from? It's our willingness in order to accept that. That's
Okay,
what
well,
the
here's the
malfunction
thing.
is.
The way it sounds to you, the way after just listening to you, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful in any way whatsoever. I'm trying to figure this out. Is that you're telling me that I can be the judge, jury, and executioner, all 3 in any court I go to? That's exactly the basic of what I've
Judge,
heard.
no. You cannot be a judge. The actual execution of asking the judge the state, the church in 1600s to decide whose calf this is. Whose cow is this? That's
Right.
the king's position, remember?
Correct.
Solomon? He sat there and says, okay, you said that the baby's yours. He said this baby's yours. Okay, cut the kid in half. The one that sat there and broke down the most was the mother. Cut the
Well,
kid in half. Let them both have him.
I don't see how we can get anywhere going any farther, try to get this in the most simplistic way
What I'm
without
trying
debate
to tell
like
you
this.
is, what is a court? You've asked somebody else to make this decision for you. You cannot be a judge.
All right, stop, Alan.
Who do we
Stop.
ask them
Stop.
to
Hold on, Ted.
facilitate what has to
Hold
be
on. Hold
charged
on.
as if they're guilty? Okay.
Yeah, hold on. All right, no, nobody speak, please. All right.
Okay.
Let me just put everything into perspective here. Again, this whole meeting is because ultimately, all of us who showed up here, all of us that are still here especially, would really like to know if there's anything we can do to hold the criminals that are violating our rights accountable. And there's a bunch of
Yes.
kind of conflagellated, confusing, mixed up bullshit because of jurisdiction and de jure government versus the de facto government and status and standing and
doesn't
sovereign.
matter what
Hold
you
on,
do.
I'm not done. Damn it, you did it again. It just pisses me off, man. It just pisses me off. Damn it.
I understand the principle, but now we're going to lose our object of this whole meeting. The truth is, the first thing that you can do is give notice. Let these people worry and stew in their own minds. The second thing that you can do is actually file a complaint with the FBI. Make sure that it says complaint and not incident report at the top. That's the key. The reason why we've gotten into this conversation is, what is a complaint and what is an affidavit? As soon as you give a complaint with an affidavit, you also have a claim attached of damages that you've been harmed. There's no way of stopping that legally. There's no way for a clerk in order to obstruct that in some way. And there's no way for the FBI in order to bury it, because the case is complete. It's actually a closed case. They have the perpetrator, they have the affidavit, and they have the crime, and they have the person that did it. The only thing left is presenting that to a judge. Now, you can actually bypass the FBI and file it yourself if you're competent.
I'll tell you what, let's use my case in point. Let's use me as a case in point, okay? Let me start this by saying that David Straight has done a good job of saying, don't complain, file a claim. And I do believe that,
Exactly.
and I do believe that Rick Martin,
But a claim
oh,
is an
Jesus, I
element of the
cannot
complaint.
speak. I
Go
just
ahead.
cannot speak, man. Oh my God.
No, you're right. I'm telling you, you're
Holy
right. But the
crap,
complaint
Owen,
is an
man.
element, or a claim is an element of the complaint. You file both.
Jesus. Alan, you won. All right. Okay. Yeah, I love you, man. I love Alan. Alan's a great guy. I mean, I've been on his radio show in the morning. He's got a mind out there, man. Yep. He smokes his weed and gets
Hey,
high,
if you
man.
think if you think I'm something in law, wait until you find out in current technology how close I am to ionic propulsion.
Well, awesome. But it sure would be nice if before we propulse ourselves to some other universe that we can get a thought out. Look, Alan,
Oh, my
please
God. Trying to get somebody to sponsor it.
do your best. Get some duct tape, put it over your mouth, and don't pull it off for a second until I tell you to pull it off. All right, you ready? All right.
Mm-hmm.
So
2001, 2002.
count in your mind. Count in your mind. Okay. Let's use me as a case in point. Okay. Back on February 14th of 2020, this year, 2022, Rick Martin called for everybody to go to their state attorney's office to deliver the Dr. David Martin 200-page Anthony Fauci dossier and criminal complaint, indicating that if people would do that around their nations, they could start holding their state attorneys accountable, because then they are by law required to look into those criminal complaints that are delivered to them. So I called them in advance and gave them notice that I was going to go there and do that. I have a video recording of that. So they knew I was coming in advance. They knew I was going to be there. I got there and I have a video recording of me walking into the public building where the security said you can't be in here without a mask. On video recording, I indicated to them I do not wear them for health reasons and I do not wear them for religious reasons, both of which are covered by 42 U.S. Code, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and the United States Constitution and federal civil rights. So they called for a supervisor to come down. The supervisor came down, and on video, I informed that supervisor that I needed to go up to my public servant, the state attorney, to deliver this criminal complaint. And I wanted to be able to document on video that I was delivering it to her office, and I had the right to do that in a public building. So she denied me access and the right to go up to the state attorney's office. So I called for her supervisor to come down. She got on the phone and told her supervisor to come down. And I was standing there, and all this is video recorded. I was standing there calm and cool and polite and courteous, waiting for him to come down. And the next thing I know, some big bullish guy comes up to me and says, "You can't be in here without a mask." Boom, pushed me in my chest, jerked me back. I fell out of my sandals. He started pushing me. I have it all on video. You can see him thrust his hand into my chest.
Yep.
He grabbed my arm. It was assault, bottom line. It was battery. All right. He pushed me out the door. When I was out the door, and all this is video recorded, I said, "Look, I need to deliver this." And he says, "No, you're not going in there to deliver it." And I said, "You assaulted me. You committed battery." It was all on video. And then I said, "Okay, look, you signed for this document. These are official legal documents. You signed for them, and I'll go ahead and let you take it up to the state attorney's office." So he actually signed the document that he was receiving the documents, and he took possession of them to give them to the state attorney. So I immediately walked out to the sidewalk and called 911. I asked for the police to arrive based on the fact that I had been physically battered and assaulted. The city of Miami police came, and after being out there with them for a while, their officers, a couple of them were fine, but one was a total idiot, and he was siding with the guy that assaulted me. And then I had their supervisor come out, and their supervisor said it shouldn't have been us here anyway. This is Miami-Dade County's jurisdiction. So I called 911 again. I said, "You guys sent out the wrong police officers. Please send Miami-Dade." Miami-Dade came out, and when the Miami-Dade police officers got there, just based on me describing to them what happened, the black female officer said, "So you want to file battery charges?" I said, "Absolutely." Then she said, "Can I see the video?" So just by describing what happened, she concluded it was battery. And then when I showed her the video, she acknowledged it was battery. I turned my camera back on, and I have her on video saying, "Yes, that was battery." So now I have a police officer on record saying that I was battered by the state attorney's lead investigator, the chief investigator for the Miami-Dade County State Attorney's Office. So now I have that on record. She said that I'll be getting a phone call within a month from a detective regarding that battery. I never did. So I called the Miami-Dade County Police Department. When I called, they sent me the report via email like right away. And when I looked at the report, it said case closed. And it was a real flimsy little thing that said, "Oh, the man entered the building and was asked to leave, and he didn't, so he was escorted out." Right? They were trying to cover his ass, right? Yep. And I knew that. So I called and got in touch with Internal Affairs. And I went to speak to the captain at Internal Affairs. And when I went there and I explained everything, Tim, like I did right now, and he concurred that, yes, there's a problem here. And the detective who was assigned to the case said he never got the report. So the Internal Affairs officer said they were going to do their report. So then they had their lieutenant call me, and the lieutenant said, "Yes, that officer did file the report inappropriately. It should have been filed more properly. We will have the report rewritten." So when that police, because I had to go through the Internal Affairs, indicated, okay, we're going to have the report rewritten, that report did indicate that I was physically assaulted in the chest and pushed out of my sandals and held by the arm forcefully and pushed out the door, and that it was battery. That went to the detective, who finalized the report, saying in the final report from the detective that battery was committed against Mr. Van Scoik by the state attorney's chief investigator. Boom, there it is. So now I got it. I filed that complaint with everybody, and nothing was done. It's been now we're in November. It's been almost a year. And I sent email after email. Let me finish. I said, let me finish. I sent email after email after email to the state attorney, to their people, blah, blah, blah. I got on the phone with the people saying, you guys aren't even going to have somebody that's going to prosecute this guy, are you? I want him. If I did it to him, I'd be prosecuted. So therefore he should be prosecuted. And they said they would get back with me and they never did. So now I've just documented that for the record right now in this video call. Okay. So now here's the question. So now it's a good idea for me to say, okay, now what can I really do? Not only like David said, and like Rick Martin would say, to get their bonds and sue them for the money and damages, but also, yes.
You don't even need to sue them. You just go collect their bonds. You got it in public record. You can show the trend. You can show the damage equal the damage of the bond and just go claim it. But now the details of that, like I said, anyone in construction here, it'd be the same thing as collecting a construction bond. And there's been a few contractors out there who's lost those.
Right. So
you're absolutely right. But do you have a active civil case on this? Did you file a civil case?
I tried to, right? They denied me the right to go into the.
You do.
What?
Okay, let me send me what you filed, and you see, was that sent to the civil court?
I haven't done nothing with it yet because for the last few months, they said that they were going to get one of their prosecuting attorneys to call me back. I knew they wouldn't, but I waited and waited. And now it's just been on the back burner because, as you know, I've been focusing on the bigvirushoax.com and righteousarmy.org and trying to build an army. So I've been busy. It's been on the back burner. But now I do want to continue.
This is easy. I can give you what you need, and it's a one-page document. You send them one page if you don't.
What he needs is 250 people down there protesting and bringing their complaint forward and backing him up.
They have to respond within 14 days, otherwise it's going to cost them money.
14 days. He was assaulted. He doesn't have to.
Or they give a portion of the bond, or some other insurance will have to pay it, but they're going to have to pay it.
They're not going to pay anything.
So there's different ways in order to do that. It's really hardball. But if you haven't filed a civil suit, I can help you with the initial filing.
And what's that going to get them?
What state are you in? You're in Florida?
Yeah, Miami, Florida.
Okay. I'd have to check to make sure of the federal procedure specifically for Florida to see if you have to have, what notices you have to and how long you've got to send them out and what the statutory limitations are and stuff like that. But it shouldn't take too long in order to review that. I have a template that I made for prisoners that were in jail that just says, hey, you know something, this, and this, I can understand, but everybody wants to talk statutes, so I need a lawyer. Unless you want to spend the next 10 years in court and $10 million listening to me talk to you. Okay? That's basically what it says.
What's he going to file? What's he going to file with who?
So far, out of 50 of these that I filed, only one has been refused. Okay, where they will actually assign you a lawyer.
Joseph just asked a question. He says, what am I going to file?
What you do is you file a request for pro bono assistance. Most of these states have a lottery. Now, one of the things a lot of people don't realize is how is it that we're getting so many incompetent lawyers as public defenders? Well,
so you want him to get a lawyer?
Defenders are new lawyers that have graduated college and doesn't belong to a big firm. Any of these law
we're doing circles with you here. We're doing circles.
Nearly 40% public service. If you're going to make any money, you have to do a certain amount of public service.
I will say this. I will say this. I'll be happy to hear what your opinions and guidance is in the direction I should go. But I'm frankly, haven't really even forthrightly asked. Oh, Jesus, I can't get a word in, man.
They have to do so many cases that are for public service. They have to do it for no charge.
Go ahead, Tave. You can go ahead, Tave. Unmute and speak over Alan all you want, because I'm not even going to try to speak anymore, and he speaks over everybody. So you can go ahead and have a verbal battle with him. Go for it, Tave. Unmute, Tave.
No, I wanted to say that how long is the process he's had completed? What is the time frame that he's looking at? Because some of the we want to put in jail, he'll be dead before it happens, it sounds like.
That's basically the speed of the process. You're absolutely right. Okay. The human factor is our best weapon.
Our ultimate best weapon, yeah, our ultimate best weapon, as I was discussing on Joseph Gibson's broadcast last night, is that we, the people, need to start standing for our dignity and our rights en masse. That's the weapon. That's what needs to be done. But there's too many people that are fearful, sheeple.
We need to reestablish fear of the people, not government. And the way to do that is by providing a set of people that are shadiest of all, legal notice. As soon as they receive that, they're going to worry about that, especially right now. There's too much activity.
I still don't know what forms he's filing or where he's
You
filing.
broke up, Alan. You're breaking
What?
up. And
Yeah, I don't know what he's filing. I still don't know what he's filing. He said pro bono assistance.
Filing a
What's
legal
that?
notice. You're not filing it. You're sending it directly to the defendant. You're giving
Defendant? Who's the defendant?
yeah. Yeah, actually, Rick Martin would be the ultimate guy to help me with this. And Rick Martin is helping my son with his case on being, falsely arrested out in California last month. Rick's on that. I do want to mention this, guys. If you could put this out, Joe, on your show as well. And Alan, you should put it out there too. I got a message from Rick that sounded pretty urgent. In fact, let me play it so you guys can hear it, because, Rick's a good guy, and he made a pretty urgent plea to me this morning. Let me see if I could pull it up here. He left me a message. I'm going to try to get it now. Hold on.
You have 23 saved messages.
Oh, God.
Saved message.
This is Rick Martin, constitutional lawyer. I'm still up here in Michigan. I'm calling you this early, bright and blurry, for one reason. Okay? They're calling the governorship going back to Whitmer. Okay? Here's the problem with that. Now that Whitmer's back in office, or shall be back in office without anybody disputing it, here's the problem. They're going after Sheriff Darleaf of Berry County, Michigan. I guarantee you they're going to try to bring him up on charges, and this is a major event that I need you to call me and get behind. To stop immediately. All right, my brother. God bless.
So his concern there is just, Nick just said in the chat there, what, Rick Martin still believes in voting? I think you misunderstood the message, Nick. He wasn't concerned about the voting. He was just pointing out that due to the voting process, some former governor who has it in for Sheriff Darleaf, and many people know about Sheriff Darleaf. He's one of the handful of sheriffs around the country who have essentially stepped up to say, I will personally deputize 10,000 of my citizens.
Oh, that's the guy you were talking
This
about.
goes all back to what I just said about the red flags laws and type stuff.
Well,
These
who
guys are making false
Who is
accusations.
this sheriff? Who is
Right.
this sheriff? Where
Well,
is he?
Yeah, Sheriff Darleaf is in, I think he said Berry County, but to whatever extent, this is where, again, the people need to come together, kind of like the same way the militia got together on behalf of the Bundys, right? Out west, the
Berry
people,
County?
the militia needs to organize in Berry County behind Sheriff Darleaf, because Sheriff Darleaf is a very pro-constitutional sheriff. Again, the kind of sheriff that said, I'll deputize my citizens if I have to protect their rights.
Well,
So that's the concern that Rick was expressing there. He's not so concerned about, trying to help with a vote. That wasn't
why
the
does
point.
he have? Why does he think he's going to be brought up on charges? Why?
Because this apparently this particular Democrat, liberal, progressive moron governor was voted back into office. I think it's a governor. It's either the previous governor they voted back in who had it in for him, or a governor that previously had served who had it in for him and has it in mind to try to arrest the sheriff, which
What
is
was the sheriff's
outrageous.
name? Who's this sheriff now? I'm trying to get his contact information, so I'll call the sheriff's department live on my show.
Right on, yeah. Sheriff Darleaf is his name, Darleaf. Try Berry County. I left a message for Rick. I haven't heard back from him yet, but
Berry County, where? It says, I got Berry County Sheriff contact information, Berry County.
do you see the name of the sheriff?
I don't see the name of the sheriff. It's Berry County, Michigan, right?
I believe so, yeah.
All right, well, contact information, Berry County, let's see. It doesn't say who the sheriff is for Berry County.
Gotta be something on there. Oh, actually, you can find out who the sheriff is if you go to righteousarmy.org. Go to the website and click on the state page. Can you do that for me?
Yeah,
Click on the states page and then click on Michigan, and you'll see a list of all the sheriffs. And it has it'll have the name on that page. Which again, just for the record, for this video, the states pages at righteousarmy.org, every state page has a link to the sheriffs in that state, as well as links to Europa, the last battle, links to the names and numbers of the state coordinators and county coordinators in that state, if there are any yet, through our network, through our coalition, through our efforts. Go ahead, Tave, and then when you got that, Joseph, let us know.
yeah, I'm trying to get to it. I'm on the Righteous Army now, but
Yeah, the states page at the top, the navigation states, and then scroll down a little to where the quick links are for the states, and click on Michigan.
let's see here. Scroll down. Okay.
Does it show how long that he was in office for, or is he still in office now, right? That sheriff?
Yes.
I wonder if their terms ran concurrent where they've had this confrontation or had problems because of she was the one that they were going to kidnap.
Hmm.
The plot fell through, correct? Isn't that the one?
Yeah, that's the one, I think.
Yeah,
That's the bullshit that they say.
Yeah.
Right.
right. Yeah, because I mean, this could probably be way up the food chain as far as where he's at and who he's involved.
Well, you got
as far
states.
as
Okay,
to
there
have
it
her
is.
criminally
All right.
prosecuted or anybody, you know.
And then click on Michigan. When you get to
Well, I
Michigan,
clicked on states. I don't see Michigan anywhere.
They got
well,
got it
scroll
back
down a
to
little bit.
sheriff.
You'll see it says quick links to states.
Constitutional Republic. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right. Click on
I
Michigan.
mean, we don't have enough good sheriffs in this country as it is to give them the power that they have. There's not enough of them.
That's true. That's true.
You know,
All right, I'm on Michigan. Now, what am I looking for now?
Scroll down a little bit. You'll see states. I mean, you'll see sheriffs.
All right, Michigan
those,
sheriffs. Here we are.
you're going to deputize the citizens. I like that guy.
Let's see.
We only need one sheriff to deputize or whatever, all the men in their county.
That's
and
what they were
arm
talking
them.
about in Texas,
And say,
right?
You don't have him on here.
They
It doesn't
come-
say, there's not a sheriff. Is it in alphabetical order?
No, there's no sheriff on here. I got the county point. All I got is county point man or woman, county militia, county. Let's see. Hang on. We are interviewing and organizing volunteers daily. Michigan sheriffs. All right, there we go.
Yeah, click on the
that.
link that says Michigan Sheriffs.
All right, sheriffs. Here we go. Michigan Sheriffs Association.
There an alphabetical listing of the sheriffs?
Find your sheriff. That's all it says.
Does it have a map with the counties or anything?
Yeah, it does. Now I gotta find Barry. Barry, where the heck's Barry at? Man, got all these counties here. Barry. Where's Barry? Southern part of the state or northern part?
I'm not sure. All the
Barry,
states.
there it is, Barry. All right, I clicked on Barry. All right, I'm on Barry County. Here we are, finally. Sheriff Darleaf.
Yeah, there you go. So
That's
there's,
him?
his- yeah, and they should have
There's his
contact
cell phone number
information.
right there. Yeah, there's his phone number right there. Good.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be good to try to get him on your show even.
Yeah,
For next week. You could work on that this week, brother.
I could do it. I could get him on tomorrow night. If I could do a show 7 days a week if I want.
Yeah.
But if I'll try to get him, you know.
Yeah, try to get him. I'll send a message also to Rick Martin to let him know. And maybe he
Yeah.
can contact, because he personally knows Sheriff Darleaf and he can give a message to get on your show.
What is it now Darleaf is trying to do that I'm going to be contacting him for? What am I
Well,
trying-
that's
I can email
like, well,
Hang on a second. Let me read you this real quick. The sheriff, Darleaf, Michigan, is trying to thwart the probe into Trump's own department. Said there was no evidence of widespread vote out to Michigan Senate Republicans. So it's got something to do with Trump. it looks like.
Yeah, which we have to
I'm gonna
keep in
click on-
mind. We have to keep in mind that there's a great many good people out there, Christians, sheriffs that are constitutionalists and Christians and good people that, you know, believe Trump to be a good guy. So
He's got
reg-
jail and correct
Here, I
it
got
doesn't
this now.
matter. It doesn't matter if Trump is you know, a good cop, bad cop with Biden. It doesn't matter if he's two wings on the same dirty bird. Because it's not about Trump. It's about those that support him. Those that support him mean well, and they believe that he means well. So, you know, we can't, in no way do we criticize Trump supporters. We just happen to, you know, a lot of us just happen to know what Trump's really about.
Hey,
Let me-
I'm on the border with that too. The only thing I know is I don't need Biden in there.
Yeah.
That's driving me to
Right.
lose.
Here, let me read you this, Mike. Berry
Right.
County Sheriff DeLeaf is among a handful of self-described constitutional sheriffs in Michigan who contend they are the highest level of government authority. And it says constitutional sheriff who has spent nearly 2 years investigating the 2020 election, new finds himself on the other end of an ongoing investigation by Michigan State Police. Lawsuit filed Friday, Berry County Sheriff Darleaf disclosed that state authorities have tried to subpoena and interview a deputy working on his investigation. The police questioned the deputy.
Hey, brother, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Tate.
he's trying to.
Tate, let me
Go ahead.
interrupt. Let me interrupt because I actually have, I've actually got Rick on the phone right now. Hey, Rick, doing a Zoom
Okay.
meeting, and we were just discussing the issue with Sheriff Darleaf. I played the message you left me on the Zoom meeting for these guys to hear. Get us up to speed on what's going on. Because the best I could surmise, I indicated that it's my understanding Sheriff Darleaf is a very pro-constitutional sheriff. He's one of those sheriffs that's willing to deputize the citizenry if he has to defend their rights. And you indicated that they've got a either former governor or this past governor reelected or whatever that's out to get him.
Yeah, Whitmer. Gretchen Whitmer. You don't know how she got back in, but she did. And she's the one that was after me. I filed charges against her back in April of 2020 I filed a mass tort claim against Governor Whitmer. And she's like buddy with the Attorney General, who is also after me, and we were hoping she would be gone as well, and that's Dana Nessel. And put it this way, Tammy Clark, who is part of Stand Up Michigan, she's already looking at selling her property and going to Florida because she knows they're coming after all of us now.
Well, let me say two things. Number one, we know she got back in most likely because of their fraudulent rigged voting machine system, which is why
it's going to be corruption. But
right.
That's the whole thing. Is this is going to be, for some reason, Michigan keeps coming up in all the criminal complaints.
Right.
Michigan is probably. I thought Texas was bad. Until I got to Michigan.
Right.
I've been to every state in the nation except for Hawaii and Alaska ever since the scamdemic started back in March of 2020. Never been arrested until I got to Michigan. And let me tell you, when I walked out of court back in October of last year, that same day, I think you already heard, they bankrupted me or froze all my accounts and shut down my credit card. I came back into town for 3 days doing that documentary. And before I left town, I had 10.5-hour travel time to get back to Pennsylvania on the Amos Miller case that I was working. That's the Amish farmer that they're trying to throw him in prison for selling whole milk.
You're
Remember
right.
that?
Yep, incredible.
Yeah. So, I was only planning on being here for 3 days, and then next thing you know, I get arrested. It was a total setup. We'll talk about that on another day.
I'm sending
Well,
a
no,
message on Facebook now.
Yeah. The second thing I was going to say, Rick, is you're doing God's work. So maybe she got back in office for a good reason, because it keeps her in the limelight all the more to get an opportunity to bring more charges against her. These criminals need to be held to account, right? There needs to be accountability.
Absolutely. But we also have to have we got to get away from a corrupt court system. That's the problem.
Right.
If you're looking for remedy, and that's what the American people are demanding, is remedy.
Right.
But when we're dealing with a Department of Justice that is absolutely criminal, look what they did with Donald Trump, for crying out loud.
Right.
Okay, you know, we've got Clinton still out on the loose. You know, we've got all these dirty players that are out there, and until we as a people can start taking back the counties, county by county, like I said before,
Right.
we have to get the sheriffs engaged, and we have to clean up our county courthouse.
Right.
And that's, you know, I've been going after the bar since the very beginning of the constitutional law group, and that was back in 1996. You know, I'm not a fan of the bar, and the bar's not a fan of me, because
For sure.
I hold them accountable.
Right. Yep. And we,
Getting remedy is becoming more and more difficult ever since the scamdemic started. And
exactly.
that's where we need to have a think tank on how we, you know, I said go after their bond. Okay, now we're finding out they don't even have bonds, so they're not even supposed to be sitting on the bench. You know, the more and more we dig into it, the more and more we find, you know, mischievous, how would I say?
Well, really, and
The bond thing has been an issue for quite a while. A lot of people don't realize if the judge issues you a $10,000 bond, the state is supposed to issue a $10,000 bond. You can turn around and claim the bond that the state issued, and they don't like that.
right.
The problem is they don't even issue them. So if they don't issue them, the warrant is invalid.
Right.
Most goes for civil and criminal. Because there's supposed to be an equal and opposite bond.
Yeah.
Right,
We,
well, here's where you've got a bid bond, a performance bond, and a payment bond, and then they use your body as surety, and then demand that you get a surety bond on your own body. Okay, they're taking the name and making you the surety. Okay, it's a complicated
right.
deal to get into.
Yeah, you don't have to go down.
However,
Yeah, you don't have to go down that
Yeah.
road, Rick, because it is deep. We can kind of keep it just on the key issue.
Actually, Rick, if you want to follow up on that another day with me, I'd more than appreciate you talking to you about it. I need to find the fundamentals in order to break ice into that a little bit better.
Yeah, and
Like I said, that's something we've learned that many decades ago, and bonds.
What am I asking him, Mike?
Our procedure, and they were getting success with it, but they're also trying to take shortcuts, and they're also coming across people like with your son refusing to do the FOIA request, Freedom of Information Act. The clerks are in dereliction of their duty because they're not giving the information.
on that note,
They're
Rick,
hiding the
on that,
information.
yeah, on that note, Rick, Alan, go ahead and mention the, and I'm sure you know it, Rick, but because Alan brings this up a lot, which by the way, I've been on the phone for the last almost going on 2 hours. I initially started with Alan out of Colorado, who really knows the codes quite a bit like yourself, and he understands things from a slightly different perspective. We had Charles on earlier, who's really our common law guy, I mean, to the hilt. And mention again, Alan, because you always reference it when they're in dereliction of duty, holding them accountable based on what code?
Well, if they're not doing their job, basically, if you can show if they lose qualified immunity, then they're also, well, doing what? They're just being a bully while on the job. It's the same thing as the referee at the skating rink coming over and messing with a bunch of kids all the time when they haven't done anything wrong. He's not doing his job.
And
with that being said, that's misappropriation of funds. That's 18 USC 648. Right. And here's where we're at. Since this whole scamdemic started, that the DOJ has gotten even more lawless than I've ever seen in my life. Okay, most of the time they try to, when you catch them, they try to watch their P's and Q's and correct the mistake. Now, what I've always said is always explain the law to them and say right after that, now I've explained the law to you, I've shown the law to you, and if you violate my rights, you're knowingly and willingly stepping out of what do you call it? Immunity. You lose your qualified immunity. Yeah, you're no longer acting in good faith. You can't have qualified immunity. That's correct. Thank you for putting that out there. You got to excuse me. Now, if you can show anything in Title 18 that they violated, They don't have any qualified immunity because that is the prohibition of the government. That's the crimes that only a government actor can make. That's correct. That is absolutely correct. You're on point on that. And like I said, what I'm coming up now is the brick wall of, okay, they've got the guns. Who's going to enforce it? Okay, that's what they're doing now. I had a judge. I don't know if I told you this or not. I've got a warrant for my arrest again right after I got out of jail. And all I said to the court officer was, on Monday, I'm going to be filing in the federal court against Judge Biedema, and I'm going to go after her in open court. And I did that in a text message. I still have that text message, by the way. Now, that was considered a terroristic threat against the judge. So they put a warrant out on me. I'm not kidding you. I've got 6 safe houses. I'm bound to. Well, the first question to the court would be: is legal enforcement of law unlawful in this court? If that's the case, I'm in the wrong court. Disqualify the court right there. I mean, yeah, but when they do this, you see, there's somebody that I am still trying to figure out why he did what he did. There's 2 people. There's David Wynn, and then there's Carl Lentz. Now, Carl Lentz uses Occam's razor to the most ridiculous point with the law. But he doesn't explain how he arrives at these conclusions, which is frustrating as heck, because there's no way I can go and check the accordance of what he's saying. However, on the other side of the spectrum, David Wynn, when I actually started looking at him, he boiled it down to a word and assigns a number to it. Yeah, it is such a complicated. I don't get it. Do you know what the secret of both of them is? I found what they're doing. Yeah, I know what they're talking about, and I know when they get to the. But I found a secret. You see, David Wynn couldn't say it outright because he's a Mason. Okay, well, he's dead as well. And Carl Lentz couldn't say it because that's how he makes his money. Without saying it, he has to explain it and give examples of its use, but he never explains what it is. I found out what it is.
What is it? Tell us.
It's very simple. Boolean algebra. True, false, if and or, equal to, lesser than, and greater than. That's it. That's all you have to know in order to read any of these laws. Does this statement qualify this to be true or false? No? Well, then the entire paragraph is tossed out. Because unless the preamble, it qualifies under the preamble, the rest of it is tossed out. And how many times have we seen where a police officer will run all the way down these other crimes and then get you with a crime that is what is referred to as a bootstrap or a secondary charge?
Right, Alan. Yeah, hold off, Alan, hold off, because we're going into all this ethereal conversation again. And I wanted, I don't want to take up too much of Rick's time here on ethereal conversation. Well, specifically, you reached out to me, Rick, on your concerns with the sheriff. Joseph Gibson is with us from blogtalkradio.com/Joseph Gibson, and he'd like to have Sheriff Darleaf on his radio broadcast just to try to help out. I know he's a personal friend of yours. Can you get him to come on to the radio show with Joseph Gibson?
Hey, Mike, can you get him to clarify exactly what this is happening with him?
I'm sorry, Rick. Tave, please hold off. I asked him a question and you kind of
I just
interrupted.
wanted to clarify so we know exactly what we're looking at with that sheriff, because I'm still kind of.
I know we're gonna get to that. I'm gonna let Rick explain
Yeah.
that. I'm sorry, Rick. Go ahead, Rick.
Okay, what they're going to do, what I know her to do, okay, I know the governor well, and I know Dana Nessel, the attorney the attorney general real well. They are dirty players, okay? Now that they've gotten through this election process, they're going to start coming after us real hard, and they're going to look at trying to get us on anything they can, okay? And like I said, when I got arrested out of the courtroom, when I was acting as assistant counsel for Marlena, that whole thing, she didn't even read the case. You guys already know that. She didn't even read the case number. She just automatically said, "Where's Rick Martin?" and automatically started to go after me. And all I brought up was, I just said, Sims versus Ahern. You're practicing law without a license. I said, I crossed out that I'm not her attorney, and I wrote assistant of counsel. I'm just here to pay the bond. Well, you're practicing law. And she started reading all this bogus stuff about license to practice law, which we all know is bullshit.
Right.
Okay, pardon my French, gentlemen. I'm a Texan. That's what I'm going to call it. What it is.
Absolutely.
Okay, it was again jumping down into a subsection instead of reading the preamble. But go ahead. And I just simply brought up case law. Sims versus Aher, which clearly shows that there's no such thing as a license to practice law. She says straight up, and you can watch the video. She says, "Mr. Martin, you open your mouth one more time in my courtroom, I will give you another 93 days." As you guys know, I never did 93 days on the first step of court.
Right.
But when they had me behind the bars, they tried to have me assassinate. And that is a cold, hard fact. We'll get into that at another time. But yeah, they tried to assassinate.
When was this, Rick?
I'm running right now.
When was this, Rick?
This was March 19th, my 50th birthday, 2020.
2020.
21, excuse me. Or that would have been my 51st birthday. Excuse me.
In the warrant you issued that they put out because of the text message, when was that?
This is just recently. I got arrested on another bogus charge and was arrested out of the courtroom. And they were going to hold court without me. I told her, I said, listen, I put in months ago and I put it in this morning before court. I put into the file that I'm here by special appearance and I'm challenging jurisdiction. I'm not even discussing the case. Well, Mr. Martin, we're having trial today, whether you like it or not. You can sit there and shut up, or if you try to leave, we're going to hold you in contempt of court and have you arrested. I mean, they actually held trial when they had no jurisdiction to do so.
Right.
And let's just say it was a shit show. It was an absolute shit show. I showed
Did you have a
that
jury?
all 3 deputies were lying and their witness was lying. I got all 3 deputies to get up there and, I had them all where I could recall them after, you know what I'm
So
saying.
it was a de novo
And I
hearing,
questioned
right?
each deputy about my license plate. All 3 deputies said you had the "Don't Tread on Me" plate that with the rattlesnake said "Don't tread on me," the Gladstone flag. And then we brought the witness back up, and I said, "Texas?" He said, "From your license plate." And I said, "Really?" I said, "Are you aware that 3 deputies came up here under oath and penalty of perjury, swore under oath that my plate said, 'Don't tread on me'? It didn't say anything about Texas. There's nothing on my automobile that says Texas. So I'm asking you again, how did you know that I was from Texas?" And he started stammering. And then the judge pushes, "Mr. Martin, just move along."
Yeah.
Did not make him answer the question.
Right. Joseph,
So,
what
I
was
mean,
it?
it was
Joseph?
just-
Joseph had a question. What was it, Joseph?
What was
Sure.
it? So you didn't have a jury, so that was a de novo trial?
I could not hear it.
He said you didn't have a jury, so that was a de novo trial?
No, I had a jury. And then when I tried to get, when I questioned the jury, I had 4 jurors that I wanted off just for cause. And the judge asked them simply, can you give an honest opinion of the fact? And they said yes. So she never let them get off. It was the same jury that was there that she picked.
Right.
And she wouldn't let me get any of them off.
Right.
Honestly. I mean, this was an absolute shit show.
Right. Well, that's what they do. I mean,
And
you're in their jurisdiction. They're gonna, put you through the ringer. That all the more because you're intelligent and representing yourself. They don't like that. You're not letting, their legally, attorneys have their hands in on your trust.
Yeah, and it's, and like I said, what I'm seeing is the lawless. See, this stuff never happened. When I was in the courtroom and when they knew they were caught, they usually backed off and I got my way and I got paid before I walked out of that courtroom.
Right.
The way it is now is they're going to hold you in contempt immediately. Okay.
Right.
And I always tell people, never make statements into the record. Always ask questions. When you're asked a question, answer it with a question. And that'll keep you from being thrown in court for contempt. Guess what? That's
How
no
about we
longer
stop
true.
going into their
They are
jurisdiction?
going to
Actually, it depends on what question you ask, and if you're confused, the court can do nothing or it cannot proceed. So one thing
they do.
let me finish. They tried to, but.
Let him finish, Alan. Let him finish, Alan. Go ahead,
Go
Rick.
ahead. What I saw on this last case I was in, where I was arrested out of the courtroom, okay, what I saw is they did not care about any paperwork I put in there. They did, I said, may I ask questions for clarification? And they're like, yeah, no problem, for clarification, because I'm a little confused here, okay? I don't see how this case is even going to move forward when you haven't even given evidence that you have personal jurisdiction or subject matter jurisdiction. Well, Mr. Martin, that's your problem. That's kind of what the attitude I got, and this is all on record.
Yeah, Rick, on that note, because I know that you know your stuff. I'm always telling people, you're the tops of the tops. There's four people, as far as I'm concerned, that really know their stuff. David Straight, Rick Martin, Charles out in Texas, who was with us earlier, Alan here, who's with us as well. And actually, even though you call him an FBI agent, and he may well be, Eric Dinges. I mean, Eric Dinges is a staunch supporter of common law, as far as I know. I've had several conversations with him, and again, Eric Dinges doesn't like David Straight. David Straight suspects him as an agent. You had fisticuffs with him, so I mean, we're not all going to get along. But those you five guys do know your stuff in law more than anybody I've ever heard or talked to.
Well,
you're by far.
I want you to put two more on the list. They're members of my team. Okay.
Who would that
Kurt
be?
Pendergrass.
Who?
Kurt Pendergrass.
Kurt.
Kirk. Pendergrass. Okay, he's part of my team.
All right.
He has his Kurt's Law Corner on Monday nights. It's free. He does a lot of free stuff like I do. And then Kurt's Law Corner. Yeah. Are you part of that team? He's part of my team. Awesome. He's part of my team. Hear about that.
What's the second? What was the second one? You said Kirk Pendergrass.
The second one is Derek Gonzalez, and he's actually in Michigan right now. As a matter of fact, we're supposed to be meeting. Okay, and you kind of called me right in the middle of dinner, so I'm definitely going to take the call. Hey, Mike, make sure that you forward him my information. Let him have my phone number.
I will. I will tell you
And we
that
call
Rick
the
is.
sheriff and get him on my podcast.
Yeah. What about that? Will you be able to call, get Darleaf onto the?
I will be talking with Dar probably tomorrow.
Okay.
And the other one I want you to put on your list, and I want you to look at him. He does a lot of free stuff also. Okay. And it's Derek Gonzalez.
Right. Got
He's
it.
got a Spanish name, but he doesn't look Spanish at all, and he's.
No problema. No problema. Yo estoy español. Yo hablo español. Yo estoy de Miami, so mi español es bueno. ¿Tú hablas español, Rick? ¿Tú hablas español? I'm just messing with Poquito.
Yeah, I'm in Kurt's Law Corner study group. I've been there for a while
I
now.
would know Spanish well, but no, not well.
So you said Kirk Pendergrass would be
Kirk's
Law Corner. It's called
Corner.
Yeah.
Kirk's Corner.
He's on Telegram. He's on all those. He's still on what is it? YouTube as well.
What about Derek Gonzalez?
Kurt's Law Corner. Derek Gonzalez, look him up. I know a lot of his stuff got taken down too. Derek is he's a young guy. He's been through the ringer, but he knows his stuff.
Do you know what
He knows
alternative?
his stuff well.
Do you know what alternative video platforms he uses? BitChute, Brighteon, Rumble.
Check on Rumble for sure. Definitely check on. I'd have to look out my computer where he's at, but I know he still has a channel on YouTube as well. A lot of his stuff has been taken down. He does a lot of Facebook stuff as well.
Right.
My Facebook has been hacked, so anybody that's going to my Facebook stuff, don't buy into anything.
Right.
I have not been on my Facebook channel since July 28th.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah. My Facebook of 15 years was taken down a few months ago, and my YouTube channel of 15 years was taken down last year as well, because of the efforts, that I did with the bigvirushoax.com, as well as now, the righteousarmy.org efforts, and which again, yeah. So, I mean, And by the way, again, thanks a million, Rick, for working with my son. And I was psyched to get the text back from you that his case may be worth more than a million, because he's got so many people involved. So please help him max out on that, bro. I mean, I know he's gonna, send you the kickback.
I know he was traveling out back to Florida, I believe is what he said.
That's what he was gonna do,
And,
but just today he got a call to fight some fires out in Kentucky. The contractor called him, so he got on he's in the air right now, flying to Tennessee.
Well, my prayers with him that he stays safe and continue what he's doing.
Right.
And I dealt with California, but as I said, you guys have got to realize we've got to start filling the courtrooms with people, not walking there lone wolves.
Right.
No more crayon colored signs.
Oh yeah, and real quick, I'm sorry, let me interrupt, because that was a point I was going to make a little bit ago, Rick, was one of the things I've heard David Straight say really well. And again, I know that you're familiar with David Straight, and you're in agreement with David Straight. You guys might have some differences.
On most of the stuff.
Yeah,
we have different
right.
opinions, but that's the way it is.
Right. And I don't know, again, how obviously we all see different things with different people. The videos that I put on my website, if you ever saw the videos he did, if you haven't, I encourage you to watch it just for your own edification, even though you're brilliant, where he did his Utah.
Don't go too hard.
Yeah, but it's a five videos. It's a 5 video series from Utah from 2 years ago. And one of the things he pointed out in there was that thing about, again, approaching the court. The way you were indicating you went about it was not as tight as David mentioned it, in terms of the 3 things to ask with regards to the judge's jurisdiction, asking them, by what authority, right, he has over you in the court.
That's my famous line to anybody that's a government servant is, show me by what authority. That is always going to be the question. Show me by what authority. How did you get authority? Because I only delegated limited power to government to protect my rights. And right now, what I see is a trespass. Can you say any different?
Right.
Always end it with a question. Always end so never make statements. When you find yourself making statements, that's when people get in trouble. But what I'm also saying is you're going to get more remedy by filling the courtroom with people, with your people. Okay, if there's 10 people in there, I mean, the judge is going to think twice about stepping out of line. If you go in there and you're like, well, I've already got them beat. They don't have jurisdiction. They never had jurisdiction. They trespassed on my right. Well, they're going to continue to trespass if you're the only one in that court.
Yeah, let me just read this. Let me read this for the record. Let me read this just to insert it in what you're saying, because this is specifically what David said in his video, because I wrote it in quotes. He says, as you did, he says, I'm here by special divine appearance, Your Honor, to call for a constitutional court of record, and I've brought a grand jury with me, trial by jury, or peers, right? And then he says, for a summary judgment upon the truth and facts placed upon this record by my documents, and I stand firmly upon my rights. Can I get that summary judgment, Your Honor? And then he says,
that's great.
And then he says, ask,
way to go.
and he says, ask 3 times the judge's authority. 1, the oath of office and any other requirements by state to hold your office, right? His oath of office. What is his oath of office? And you ask it 3 times. 2, is it by statute? Not law, but is it by statute? And 3, is it per parent, the doctrine of parents patriae? Is that by the authority? So those 3 bases are very significant. And again, I'd encourage you, Rick, if you haven't, to watch those videos with David Straight. I know you know of them, and I know you respect them, but I would encourage you, when you have time to, when you're traveling or whatever, to watch the 5 videos. I put them on the top of the videos page at both the bigvirushoax.com and righteousarmy.org for easy access. They're the top videos on those pages. No, actually the top video on those pages is Europa, The Last Battle, which is a 12-hour documentary that if you haven't seen it, you really should. I know you're busy, but those.
Yeah, you know my schedule. It's pretty hectic, and especially now with this, what just happened on this whole crazy election. Okay, we already know that this is insane.
Right.
Okay, what is going on? We're still dealing with a de facto government, as we all.
Yes.
Okay, now what I'm looking for is guys like you and start working on a plan of action, because right now we're going with what used to work, and the courts are like a chameleon. They will change. They'll change on you as quickly as possible.
Right.
When they, the judges get together every year and they figure out how do we go after these people that are calling themselves man of the land or what have you. Now, the one thing I don't do, and neither does Kurt, is we don't paper up. We are already, my word is my bond. If I'm a man and I'm one of the people, okay?
Right.
And people can be used as plural or singular, okay? I'm not a person, I'm a people, okay? And my word is my bond. You have to give evidence. I don't have to sit here and do all this paperwork stuff that I've seen all these other patriots out there doing. I don't do any of that repapering or calling my, what do you call it, my citizenship or whatever they're calling it. I don't do any of that. That is the duty of the court to prove otherwise. Whoever's trying to prosecute has to give evidence that I am not a man and that I'm not a people.
Right.
Now, I own all my property in Elodium in Texas, and I mean, I own lots of property, and I don't pay taxes on it.
Right.
And my automobile, I've got the MSO on it. It's all into my trust.
It's yours.
It's all in.
Hey, what about the Avalon project?
Trust.
It's your property. Good. What, Joseph?
What's that?
What about the Avalon project? The documents that are in the law history of Yale Law School here.
The Avalon project. Are you familiar with it, Rick?
No, the
Yeah.
outline project. I'm not sure.
The
Avalon.
I might have
The Avalon.
crossed it, but
Avalon project. Yeah.
Avalon.
Yeah. Just something
Sounds
else.
familiar, but don't get me into something I'm not.
Right.
It sounds familiar.
Right.
That's all I can say at this point. I don't want to misspeak myself.
Right.
But what I've always done is I've just used the common law, and I've used the law against that, because the law is there to protect your rights, not trespass.
Right.
And I've used that attitude since 1992 is when I started uncovering all this. And that's when we came up with the Constitutional Law Group back in 1996.
Yeah.
And, it's just been basically showing people how to defend their rights against a de facto system.
Well, these are human rights cases.
When they follow a simple procedure of always questioning by show us by what authority. And
Right.
I do have a judge questionnaire. The first question I always ask, is this a court of record?
Right.
And see what the judge does. And I think I told you about the case I was doing in Pennsylvania before I came back to Michigan. I had that judge squirming so bad. We had 13 people behind us waiting to see the judge. Okay, all cases, and I was in there defending another gentleman on his case. And I started asking questions. I said, "Is this a court of record?" And he goes, he hesitated, and "Yeah, it's a court of record." And when I asked him, "Did you take an oath to uphold the Constitution?" and blah blah blah, and he's like, "Yeah." And I said, "Are you going to uphold that oath today?" And he goes, "Well, I could say yes." And I said, "No, sir. I need an affirmative. Is it a yes or a no?" And he ran off the bench.
I love it. That is it, man. That's where you're establishing jurisdiction. You're establishing jurisdiction status.
Doing his job. Yeah, I'm pulling him to do his job.
Right.
And he knows that I've had a judge one time say, "Mr. Martin, if you bring up the Constitution one more time in my courtroom, I'm going to hold you in contempt."
Incredible.
And I started laughing.
Incredible.
Well,
Incredible.
you can't get your rights, you can't pursue your rights, enforce your rights with this government. Like, for instance, I got copies here of a petition that was filed with the United Nations Commission of Human Rights pursuant to Resolution 1503. There's lots of other facts out there that you can go instead of going into these courts, because you're not going to get your rights. They don't recognize you. They're not going to, they're just going to throw you in a concrete box for a couple of days and then kick you out the door,
That's kind of what they did with what happened in Houston just last week. You remember that, right?
What was that?
When the ones that they wouldn't give their sources up, and they're in the federal court, They're the ones that put out the 2,000 mules.
Oh, no
Yeah.
kidding. I didn't hear
Yeah.
about it.
Oh yeah, they were arrested. Yeah, they were arrested for contempt of court because they wouldn't give up their sources.
Wow, that's totally unlawful.
You know, like for instance, when they beat up, just in the
you
cell,
think?
in the jail cell, torture and cruel and inhumane or degrading treatment, torture and cruel and inhumane or degrading treatment are universally condemned and prohibited by numerous international instruments. And then it quotes the citations here, the rules of law through the world. You know, this is all international stuff that where it can get international attention if enough people get involved.
And let me interject a thought on that, because here's the ultimate bottom line is, you know, I've been preaching it for years. This is a nutshell. As I'm always saying, number one, there's too few people that are standing up for their dignity and their rights. Number one, they're sheeple and they're fearful and they're cowards, period. A great vast majority of people. That's why they wear the face diapers and get the jabs. That's number one. And then those that do wake up need to be doing exactly what we're talking about right now, finding the ways, because that's what we established in this conversation earlier before you came on, Rick, was the bottom line is we're trying to find out what can we do? What is our lawful a way to hold these criminals accountable? That because ultimately we're about the militia, because the militia is we the people and the militia is enforcement, but we're going to utilize every possible lawful step that we have until the last resort is armed confrontation. So that's the last resort. So we have to use every possible angle up to that point. So we need to get a real clear, good methodology down for people to go by. You know, Alan called for this meeting tonight because he said, you know, I want to share some documents. We can have some basic little, you know, standard forms that people can start using, you know, use this process. We've yet to nail that down. We need I think that we've kind of have nailed it down with what I read from David, and you concurred with it about, you know, if you do end up in a courtroom, you know, establishing, you know, by what authority a judge is overseeing you. Is it by oath? Is he going to uphold his oath? But like you said, you run into problems with that. So we need to, you know.
Yeah, if you're a lone wolf, you're going to get eaten. Okay, and that's what I've realized.
Good point.
Good point. Happened to me, and as brilliant as I can be, and as quick as I am on my feet, and fast as I am with my tongue, I still had, you know, 5 deputies behind me ready to take me away.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, forgive me.
If I was in there with a dozen people,
right,
they would have thought twice.
Right. I want to highlight that, Rick. I want to highlight that. And that point you're making right there is profound. It's true. When we have to go into a court, we need to bring our peers with us. Strength in numbers.
Yes, strength in numbers. Strength in numbers, because, you know, I can be as brilliant as I want to be in the courtroom, but they got the gun.
And on that point, that goes hand in hand with everything I'm doing about, you know, my strategy here has been, we need to organize people county by county, state by state, who are like-minded on these issues. So all of us who are like-minded on these issues need to be there for one another. That's why I created the National Militia Directory, so that people in counties throughout every state can start putting their name on it. So you got people you can call and start connecting, like-minded people connecting county to county, state to state. And that's why I created the National Militia Directory, which
we also got this is another thing that I'm going to just throw out there, and it's just food for thought. We've got to start creating our own funds, okay?
Right.
Because what you saw happen to me back in October of 2021 is they froze up my accounts and David Martin's accounts the same day when we walked out of court. Now we're talking, you know, I had just under $7 million. Now what they're doing is they're trying to make it. They took down our PayPal. They made everything to where they want you broken and helpless.
Right.
Okay. So you've definitely got to have some intrinsic wealth somewhere else other than in a bank. Okay.
Good point.
And it makes it, you know, the reason why I reopened a bank account was like, so you carry millions of dollars? No, I have a safe in my own house. And let me tell you, I'm well armed to the teeth, you know?
Right on.
So the only reason I went back to using the banking system is because I was having to travel across the United States. So I put money back, you know, I put just under $7 million back into a bank account. And trust me, I didn't want to do that. But for travel purposes, you can't be caught traveling with $10,000 on your person, you know? So Think about that for a second. And I'm not going to be going around, and most hotels will not take cash. You know what I'm saying, right? I can still hear noises there, so I guess we're still. I don't know who's.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I was trying to keep my dogs from barking. My wife was just coming home and they were about to go crazy, and I didn't want that to happen. Tave Stanley's had his hand up for a while. Go ahead, Tave. Go ahead and unmute, Tave. I think you got a question there. Tave, you there?
I dropped my phone. I wanted to ask him about the sheriff. Is he like Trump because he's questioning that Trump actually went in there and fooled around with the election machines?
All right, you broke up there, Tave. Ask the question one more time.
Is that sheriff being targeted now because he was investigating actually Trump doing some
no
monkey business with the voting machines?
We were investigating voter fraud from the very beginning, but we also went on the unlawful lockdown. And you know that it was, I've almost told her general because she's such a dictator. But Governor Whitmer was also the one that put people in the nursing homes.
Right.
Okay. And she did all these unlawful lockdowns. And then she was the one that her and Dana Nessel, we've got their emails back and forth of how they were trying to stop me from coming up from Texas to help Marlena's Bistro and the other bar and grill up here, Jimmy's Bar and Grill, which has been open since like 1930, you know, and
So
they asked
what?
me to come up and help them stay open, you know, and I kept them open. We were successful with Jimmy's Roadhouse, but Marlena, who escaped communism, we were arrested on my birthday. That was in 2021, and I had already talked to the sheriff in her county where she lives, and then the next county is only like 6 miles to her business, but it was in another county. I talked to the sheriffs. They said, we are not going to enforce the bench warrant on her. And I said, great. He says, but we're not going to stop the state police from doing it. And I called them cowards at that. And I'm like, it's your duty to protect her from intrusive government. He says, well, you know, that's a political hot potato I don't want to get into. Both of them said the same thing. And what happened is I called up the precinct commanders in both those counties, and I talked to the head of the state troopers in Michigan, and all of them agreed that they weren't going to do it. So they went 5 counties out, found a young precinct commander that would. And as a matter of fact, he quit his job after all this stuff came out. He was under that much attack.
Unbelievable.
So
So it's basically just retaliation then. She's going after him for retaliation for trying to put her in jail for doing the crime.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, she was actually after, in all their emails back and forth that we have, they were after me, and was the main thing is they were after me because I was telling the people to stay open. You know, we started the Reopen America tour in March of 2020. That all happened on my 50th birthday.
Yep.
And they shut down a bar and restaurant. You guys know this, Gary.
Yep.
They shut down a bar and restaurant that day on March 19th. And I didn't even get my deposit back. I had 120 of my special forces buddies all come into town. You know, they were all staying in hotel rooms and whatnot. And we didn't get to have our reunion. We have a reunion every year. And anyhow, we didn't get to have our reunion the way we wanted to. And we ended up having a backyard barbecue. But anyhow,
Rick, I have to say this. I just
re-elect her.
Hold on, Dave, because I have to say this. You know, Rick, you made a statement there. They shut down a restaurant. They shut down a bar. The only people that shuts anything down are the people who are too afraid to stand up and keep it going.
That's right.
They can't shut nothing down. The people are letting themselves be shut down because of their fear, their cowardice, and their intimidation, and they're afraid to stand up for their dignity and their rights. They're ignorant.
Well, it shows by re-electing her for sure too. If they re-elected her, they're damn cowards.
The people need to stand for their dignity and rights, period, and they're not doing it. More.
That's what I managed to do. I mean, the Constitutional Law Group, we opened up over 30,000 businesses during this whole scamdemic.
Right.
And the first calls I got was my brother's up in Pennsylvania. And anyhow, the first call I got was from Vince. He had a bar and grill. And the state police showed up. And he said, Rick, your brother gave me your number, told me to call you. And I've got 3 cops in here that are going to fine each one of my patrons $500 for not social distancing, not wearing masks, blah, blah, blah. And they're going to fine me $1,000 for being open. I said, put the son of a bitch on the phone. I get on the phone and I start explaining him the law. And I said, now that I've explained the law and the way that you're in violation of 1964 Civil Rights Act, you're acting in discrimination. And I started getting into trespassing on the business owner's rights, blah, blah, blah. And went on to the big spill. And I said, now you need to apologize to the business owner and get the hell out of there.
Right on.
He apologized. Vince has never closed his business.
Right
He
on.
made so much money that he opened up another bar and grill in the next town over. But here's the other thing. He calls me up and says, Rick, that state trooper, I've got his card. He is now stationing trooper cars all along the route to and from my bar and grill. And I said, all right, give me his number. I called the son of a bitch on the phone. I said, this is Rick Martin, Constitutional Law Group. Remember the conversation we had? And he says, yes, sir, I do. I said, now, I'm going to nail you for entrapment. I said, because what you're doing is bullshit. So guess what? All the police stopped messing with it. But they were pulling over his clients or his customers, when they leave the bar and trying to nail them for DWI.
Right.
I mean, that in itself was he didn't like getting his ass handed to him the first time.
Right.
So he had to do it the second time. And let me tell you, they don't even mess with Vince anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm telling you, the law is there.
Yeah. And let me
Protect we the people.
right on. And let me throw this, because one of the things that which I still need to get, I haven't gotten the specific. I want to get a duplicate folder. I got to get you to send me, a duplicate folder that you drive around with, Rick.
Try to get some of your memorized routines as well. I'd love to be able to take a couple of field calls from you.
Yeah, and so one of the things that David Straight said early on in his videos that everybody really should watch is, for instance, if you get stopped, if I ever get stopped and get a ticket for any reason, especially if I know I really didn't do anything wrong, or it was a personal opinion of an officer or whatever, he says you always carry a red Sharpie in your car, and he says write when they give you the ticket, don't sign it, write in a 45-degree angle across the ticket in a red Sharpie, your offer to contract is not accepted while traveling in my private automobile.
Having a confrontation with that police officer, just making his day, is not the goal here. What I have done is when I get to court, 99.9% of these tickets are boxed in tickets. Your first name is in a box. Your next name is in a box. Can you tell me exactly what part of this document is actually on this document? Oh, printed in 2016. That's all this document says. Would you like me to call the circuit clerk in order to be able to read this document to the court?
Right, right, Alan. I wish I could have finished my thought again.
On having an indictment. I need a proper indictment in order to proceed.
Yeah.
I'm aware of that, and I actually stopped doing that almost a decade ago. I don't even get that far with. They don't even walk away with my name. Well, I actually enjoy doing the academic exercise of it. You live for some excitement in your life,
Hey guys,
when I sit there and I threaten to call the circuit clerk in order to be able to read the document to the court, they shut it down right then and there.
Yeah. Hey, hey, Rick, Alan, and just for the record,
it's not what you do. What I'm saying is it's not what you do, it's how you do it.
Right.
And the person behind the bench is still a human.
Yeah, just for the record here, Rick, just for the record, Rick, so you know a little bit. I love Alan. He's an awesome guy. He does radio broadcasts in the morning. I go on his shows all the time. Alan has a tendency, man, to just, he'll run right over you. I'm reading something and he just cut right in. Didn't even let me finish. So,
I've been sitting back here for quite a while now.
well, no, actually, I gave you an hour and a half before I got Rick on the phone, right? So because since we're video recording this, I just wanted to finish the thought for the benefit of the people that do watch this, that what he said was, if you get a ticket in a red Sharpie right in a 45-degree angle across it, your offer to contract is not accepted while traveling in my private vehicle, in my private automobile, rather. You operate under Title 18, Sections 241 and 242 as a conspiracy to deprive me.
Sorry,
There he
no,
goes
wait,
again.
Stop,
I-
that's wrong.
There you
That's
go
wrong.
again.
It's 18 U.S.C. 35.
I'll tell you what, Rick, I'll tell you what, I'll tell you what,
Definitions of a car.
I'll tell you what, Alan, I'll tell you what, Alan, why don't you let me finish? Why don't you let me finish and then say that's wrong?
Okay.
Wouldn't that be kind of cool? Like I finish and then you
Because
say
there might
that's
be
wrong.
More than one thing.
All right, well, again, let me read it then. So let's make it better, okay? Let me finish. This is for the benefit of people that hear this because it makes sense. And I was actually going to make a point of it, which I couldn't even get to. What he said is right in a 45-degree angle across the ticket. Your offer to contract is not accepted while traveling in private in my private automobile. You operate under Title 18, Sections 241 and 242 as a conspiracy to deprive me of my rights under the color of law, quote unquote. All right, that's what he indicated. And I was going to talk about the whole issue of contracts with Rick for a minute. But if you have an issue on that, Alan, go ahead and express your difference on it.
Well, no, it's not a difference. It's actually an agreement. The problem is it's undefined. The actual definition is 18 U.S.C. 31, which defines what a motor vehicle is and what does not require a actual license. The state cannot issue a license for a right because it's already protected under 18 U.S.C. 31 as a definition of what that is. The thing of it is, again, it's parallel construction. You have to miss the preamble.
I know you wait.
Preamble is the definition of the word.
You made the point, and that's a good one, and I appreciate it. But if you always just let the person finish their thought and then tag on the extra, that would be great, Alan. So USC 1831 would go in conjunction with that, and it's the basis for why that would be written. I appreciate that. I was not aware of that.
It actually goes back to the Constitution. If you stop and you look at it, your rights are clear and defined. Okay, you have unalienable rights, and if there's nobody making a claim against you, and it cannot be the police officer unless you harmed him or injured anybody's property. Think about it. The prosecutor has to come at you with a valid claim, and for a warrant to be valid, we've discussed this in the past. For a warrant to be valid, there must be an affidavit from the claimant. And if there's no affidavit on,
right, most
of what they come back at you with are capias. Okay, it's a capia, it's not a warrant.
Rick, I'm sorry. I'm interjecting with you because you just made a profound point. And again, I want that to be highlighted, and I want you to continue. You made a profound point there that a warrant needs to be backed by an affidavit. I just want that to be highlighted.
With a sworn, yeah, it has to be a sworn affidavit from a complainant. Okay,
right.
Unless the complainant is deceased, you committed murder. Okay, now bottom line is there's nothing that can protect you from murdering another person. Okay, if you did it with malice and with evil intent in your heart, that's murder. Okay, the bottom line is, they can't prosecute you. Okay, because you have done an evil, and that's what crime is. Show me what evil I have done. Where's the evil intent in my heart? There has to be. I have to knowingly and willingly. Okay, that's the whole thing. And you always get these public servants. You always put in your documents that they knowingly and willingly. That's the reason why I always read the law to them and explain, how am I acting in commerce? Do you have any evidence that I'm acting in commerce? Do you? They don't have it.
Exactly.
Okay. So now if they're going to arrest me unlawfully or tow my automobile unlawfully, that's theft of my property. And I'm supposed to be secure in my property and my possessions. Am I not?
Absolutely. Constitutional.
So, and that's, and they're not constitutionally rights, they're constitutionally protected rights.
Right.
Our rights are inherent. given to us. They were endowed to us by our Creator. And we created government to defend those rights.
Exactly.
Now, the first thing of defending the rights is we have the right to self-protection. It is our duty first before it becomes government's duty. That's why we have the Second Amendment, is
Right.
to defend those rights.
Right on.
So if we look at things, very simple, instead of, David makes, I love David to death, don't get me wrong, but I don't make things complicated. I keep it to where a fourth grader can understand, or should I say, be aware, I hate the word, be aware of what I'm saying to them. And sometimes you have to talk to these road pirates that way. You
Yep.
got to talk to them like they're a fourth grader,
Right.
because they will not grasp what you're saying. What's your emergency? How may I assist you? I never pull off the side of the road, ever. I always look for the nearest parking lot or a driveway. I've never had to use the driveway before. I always find a parking lot. I slow my speed down quite a bit, noticeably, and I turn my hazard lights on. And then once I pull into a parking lot, I roll my window down 2 inches, and I hand them a piece. First thing I ask, what's your emergency, and how may I assist you? Okay, because you turned on your overhead lights, number one. That is a felony, and it creates public, what do you call it? Not public harm, it's not outrage, public alarm, okay? You're creating a public disturbance, and there's no emergency, okay? So I always ask, what's your emergency? How may I assist you? Well, there's no emergency. I need your driver's license insurance. Excuse me. You said there's no emergency. I got 2 cameras on you right now. So you just admitted right now. So now I need you to fill this piece of paper out, because and what it is basically giving them their rights and telling them that they're under arrest.
Right. Yeah, I love that. And let me add a thought to that for people that view this, have the fortune of viewing this video. You're actually, when you give them that paper, oh man, I lost the thought, but it was an important
You're
piggyback
wrong.
on what you said. Go ahead. What, Joseph?
Our Constitution grants us the right to travel freely, but recognizes that for the well-being of the people, we need systems in place that regulate transportation. A driver's license isn't about taxation and limiting travel. It's a verification that the holder has at least a minimum understanding of the shared rules that keep us safe on the roads. Freedom to travel and driver's license requirements are really 2 distinct concepts that anti-license folks have conflated.
Yeah, hold on. First of all, Joseph, what are you reading?
This is from Yale Law School, actually, where these cases have been tried time. You're going to lose in the end.
Wait a minute. You're reading essentially some opinion.
A strong, well, look, I'm just letting you know, you're going to lose. You're going to lose.
Transportation is commerce.
That's right.
Transportation is commerce. So they're still using commerce, and that all they can regulate is commerce. So
Right.
they're putting words in there, and if you don't go look up the definition, you're going to get hoodwinked by it. The
Yeah.
word transportation is only in what? The Commerce Clause.
Right.
Okay?
Right. And here, let me highlight that, because that's huge. That's huge. This is a big part of this too. When we talk about jurisdiction, this is a huge highlight. It's all relative to everything we're talking about. There's corporate and there's man. Corporations cannot contract with a man. They cannot contract with a man. Corporations must contract with a contract. Corporation.
There is no constitutional or human right to drive. Okay.
The word drive is a profession.
That's right. That's right.
Just like transportation goes back to transportation code.
I guarantee you,
there's no right in the U.S. in any country. Driving is a privilege. In order to obtain it, you must apply for a license. Abide by the rules.
Driving is a privilege. Traveling. I challenge you.
Traveling.
I challenge you, Gibson. I challenge you, Joseph, to find anything where it says traveling or in an private automobile. You won't find it, because
what car does not need a license?
The Supreme Court, and I'll let Rick elaborate on this. He knows this case law. The Supreme Court has ruled that we have a right
to travel, yes, but not drive, yes.
Well, what about the competency? What about the term competency? Don't you have to prove competency that you then you can utilize your right to drive
No, to
after you
travel.
prove competency. You could be a half-witted moron.
American citizens have a right to
Absolutely.
travel, but that does
Any moron
not
can get
mean they can
get
operate a
driver's
motor
license,
vehicle on public
okay?
roads without a
But a
driver's
driver's
license.
license is only used in commerce, okay? And that is to protect the people. The whole reason the driver's license came into play in 1925, okay? And that was because you had over-the-road truck drivers that were overdoing their loads, and they were causing damage to the roadway, and they would have stress cracks, and they would overload their loads, and they were causing harm to the public. So they had to be competent. Their automobiles, well, their motor vehicles, because now it's in commerce, okay? Their motor vehicles had to be inspected for stress tracks and all that kind of stuff, and they had to keep it up to date. Okay?
You can ride
In
as a
perfect working
passenger
order,
anywhere
as
you want.
not to put the public
Cannot
in
drive.
harm, as they were using the roadways for profit.
Well,
It's
I'm
that
telling you.
simple. And like I said, transportation is a commerce word, just like traffic. You know, traffic is about being paid. Child trafficking, human trafficking, drug trafficking, it's all about money. So
Commerce.
whenever it says traffic law, what is it all about? It's all
Commerce.
about commerce.
Commerce.
And does the government have the authority to regulate commerce? Yes, it does. If you're using the public roadways for profit, okay, then you need to compensate the public, and you need to be acting in such a manner that you're not bringing harm to the public by overdoing your load or using defective equipment that could cause harm to the public.
And let's highlight
So, yes,
that.
you are now liable.
Let's highlight that the government has the right to regulate commerce and your involvement in commerce. The government does not have the right to regulate your rights, your unalienable rights.
Yeah, your rights, your unalienable rights.
And
However,
go ahead.
The ones that trespass, yeah, the ones that are doing the trespass is that road pirate, because it is road piracy. Now, I know the state of Texas, and I had the figures for 2016. The state of Texas made over $900 billion on traffic citations alone. Now, here's another thing you guys can look up. I don't want to get too far into it because my dinner is actually getting cold.
No, your dinner is cold.
I want you to look up the Chris report. Okay, and I believe I have one on the website. They're very difficult to get your hands on. The Chris report, okay, is Court Registry Investment System. And then I want you to look up the CAFR, okay? That's CAFR. Look at what these are. Whenever they say that, well, we don't have that money in our budget, it's an absolute lie, okay? Oh, we're over our budget. It's an absolute lie. They have two sets of books, and I can prove it all day long. I can prove exactly what I said, that every prosecutor walks into that case and has a bid bond, a performance bond, and a payment bond with your name on it. And this is your social security number, all that stuff. This is true. You are being traded on the stock market. And every courthouse is a private for-profit industry.
That's
In
right.
the Privileges and Immunities Clause,
I
Article.
will not give you false information.
Here,
And
a final note on the
Go
driving,
ahead.
Joseph,
Yeah.
true or false, and feel free to cite the findings if you have them off the top of your head. The Supreme Court has ruled that we have not only the right to travel, but that no licensure or limitation can be placed upon our right to travel,
In
i.e.
the Privileges
licenses,
and Immunities Clause
registration.
of Article 5, Section 2 of the Constitution, which states citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. It was meant to protect out-of-state Americans from being discriminated against as they travel from state to state, according to the Cornell Law School. It all comes down to the definitions that this decide to use from the you're sovereign and you don't need a license. Then it won't work. You're going to lose all the time in court. You're not going to win. Whereas a motor vehicle is defined 18 U.S.C. 31 as every description of carriage or other propelled or drawn by mechanical power and used for commercial purposes on the highway and the transportation of passengers.
There you go. Used for
Passengers or
commercial
property,
purpose.
or property or cargo. Looking into these definitions,
Used for commercial purposes. You just said it.
To state you are driving is to unwillingly place yourself in admiralty or commercial jurisdiction, and as a sovereign being, you never need to surrender your rights in exchange for your privileges. Travel is a personal right protected by the Constitution. Okay, that laws regarding driver's license only apply to commercial operations, as no law can be made restricting travel. However, state laws requiring a license do not state anything about driving or traveling at all. As an example, the law from the Michigan Vehicle Code Act of 1949, which describes folks seeking a license as applicant for an operator's license or chauffeur license to operate a non-commercial motor vehicle. Okay, driving is never mentioned as an activity, only the operation of a motor vehicle. You can walk, run, bike, or jog all you want on public roads and
the word
across the state.
operation is a commerce term. Operating, you gotta know what these words mean. The word operation is a commerce term. That in itself.
Well, it's been challenged in the Supreme Court many times.
Well, the Supreme-
I'm just letting you know.
Yeah,
I'm just letting you know you're gonna lose.
one of the Supreme Court rulings that you're going to bring up, what was it, Shapiro versus Thompson, 1969, is one. I don't have my books with me right now where I can open them up, but I can give you all this stuff where the Supreme Court doesn't rule, it gives its opinion. We got to get rid of saying they rule. We, the people, rule. Okay,
Right.
They can give an opinion of what how it applies to the Constitution and how it's either constitutional or it's not. Okay, and if it's been deemed unconstitutional, guess what? Go back to what I was talking about before. These are cases you want to write down. Is Cruden versus Neal. That's Cruden versus Neal. That's 1796. Never been overturned. And then there's Mulberry versus Madison, which has never been overturned, and that was 1803, where Chief Justice John J. Marshall clearly states any law. Now remember, how does a law become law, guys? It's got to be voted on by legislation, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So that being said, Chief Justice John J. Marshall said back in his opinion, in the Supreme Court case, Mulberry versus Madison, any law that is repugnant to the Constitution is no law, has no force of law, and can be ignored. So with all these mandates aren't even law. They haven't even been voted on by legislation. So what authority does any governor have to shut down their state with these mandates and then have force of, we're going to take your liquor license.
They do, but only to the employees of the state. The governor can only command the employees of the state, not the people of the state.
Right.
Well, with that, even that being said, okay,
Right.
when you make a mandate that puts people's health in jeopardy, look at what most people died of. They always bring up what was that the Jacobson case and what went on there, where they could force vaccines. That's nonsense.
No,
It's not. They didn't read it correctly.
that's right.
And more people died of bacterial infections from wearing the mask.
That's right.
The masks were the ones that were killing the people.
That's right.
And these are facts. These are facts.
And
But
not only
they
that,
try
not
to
only
go
that, but the
around
mandates,
fact.
a mandate cannot, even though mandates only apply to government employees, civil rights, federal,
Suggestions.
right. But my
They're
point,
suggestions. That's
right.
it.
And the point is that the mandate cannot override their rights. That's the point. If they have
That's
rights,
correct.
the mandate cannot override it.
That's right. That's exactly correct, and that's what I'm getting at. And when you start looking at, they use word salad. They try to get you to believe
Right.
the color of law. Okay, and the color of law, it looks like law, smells like law, tastes like law, but it is not law.
Right.
So it's just ludicrous. They're gonna catch you in. I was driving. See, now you just admitted that you were driving and not traveling. Well,
Yeah.
how fast were you driving?
What language am I talking?
Yeah, they're going to use legalese, and that's what the Bar Association is really good at.
Yeah.
Is putting legalese out there and make you believe something that is incorrect.
Yeah.
The operation of a motor vehicle. Okay. You put in the word motor vehicle, which is only used in commerce, and the operation, the word operation, okay, or transportation, or traffic. All of those are all dealing with commerce. It's that simple.
Yeah.
And I can't be any more frank than I am.
I agree with you 100%. Hail Vertinkle.
I hate to sit there, 31, not 41. I hate to give out any information, especially such a key piece, without giving accordance. And this is according to the Cornell Law School. This is 18 U.S.C. 31 definitions. Now, A has a lot of different sub definitions. One of them happens to be motor vehicle. The term motor vehicle means every description of carriage or other contrivance propelled or drawn by mechanical power. That would include UFOs and used for commercial purposes. The word and again, I tell people that this is the secret of law as Boolean algebra. True, false, if and or statements. And means both of these conditions must exist. So it must be used for commercial purposes, and it must be drawn by mechanical power. Not by a horse. That's the reason why I was so shocked when they finally was able to give a horseback rider a DUI. They've done this more than once now in Texas. Okay, and how they got away with the logic, I don't know.
Well, and they have to go over. I got pulled over in Texas, and what you got to realize, my ex-wife, her father was sheriff of Harris County, and that was Tommy Thomas. And anyway, he made my life hell when we're going through divorce. But I literally got pulled over coming back from the liquor store and got a DWI. And I just remember when I went in front of the judge, she goes, "Let me get this straight. You got pulled over for DWI on your mountain bike?" And I said, "Yes, ma'am." And she threw it out right then and there. He's like, "This is the most absurd thing." He goes, "Were you running in the middle of traffic? Why did he pull you over?" I said, "Well, I'm the ex-son-in-law of Tommy Thomas." And she just laughed.
Yeah.
So, let me extend this a little bit. Motor vehicle is 18 U.S.C. 31-6. But if you go down to 10, it says what the term used for commercial purposes means. The carriage of persons or property for any fare, fee, rate, charge, or other consideration, or directly or indirectly in connection with any business or the undertaking of intended for profit. Now, let me give you the most simplified explanation of that everybody's rather familiar with is the Three Stooges running around using their truck, painting the word fish for sale on the side, and using that to propel their business. Everyone rushed back when these laws were made in order to be able to use their vehicle for a commercial purpose rather than the other way around. And now it's been switched and the mentality's been switched. I thought I might add that.
Sure.
Yeah, and you're very correct on that. You're very correct on that. And that's, when it comes to law, it's well defined. Okay. But what's happened is we use words and don't have the clear meaning of them on a daily basis.
All right, the roads.
You drive into the store.
Go ahead.
Hey, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm filing.
Wait, Alan, hold on. Alan, let Joseph go. Go ahead,
The
Joseph.
roads are constructed and maintained at public expense, and no person therefore can.
Go ahead, Joseph.
The roads are constructed and maintained at public expense, and no person therefore can insist that he has or may acquire a vested right to use their use in carrying on a commercial business.
Commercial.
Okay, the roads are used, right? When the public highways are made the place of business, the state has a right to regulate their use in the interest of safety and convenience of the public, as well as the preservation of the highways.
In business.
Thompson versus Smith.
That was in business. It clarified.
The state's right to regulate, though. They have the right. The state's right to regulate
business.
Such use is based upon the nature of the business and the use of the highways in connection therewith.
The business and nature of the business, commerce.
Let me throw one in on you guys now.
Wait. Hold on, guys, because for some reason Joe just isn't grasping that. Read it again, Joseph. Because you
When
do
the public highways are made the place of business, the state has a right to regulate their use in the interest of safety and convenience of the public, as well as the preservation of the highways. What's to regulate mean? Very simple. The state has a right to regulate these highways.
No, it has the right to regulate in business.
Yes, they absolutely do in commerce. You see, you're reading a sub paragraph again.
That's Thompson versus
Our
Smith.
laws are written in what is referred to as paragraph programming. Anything to the right, okay, is a sub-paragraph, meaning that under the conditions that you agree to commercial, these conditions exist. That is true. That's again what I was referring to, parallel programming or parallel legislation. And that's the reason why when you sit there and you play leapfrog for the first fault, I'm sorry, I have a right to travel, and whatever I build or convenient is a convenience to me. Well, the thing of it is you have to have all these things if you're in commercial. Well, the thing of it is I'm not traveling in commercial. The only thing that the judge can make a decision on is what is before him. If you do not make the claim, you cannot. Correct.
Right,
It doesn't
correct.
exist.
That's right. That's right. I concur.
Well, it says in
I got a
order to
question for you
understand,
guys.
it says in order to understand the
It is
correct
duty-
application of the
it's duty
statute.
of the public servant to bring forth that you were engaged in commerce. Therefore, he had the authority to regulate your
And it's his burden of proof. It's his burden of proof. But if you do not challenge and say he now has the burden of proof to show this, then that's not before the court. It's not going to be presented. And guess what? You lost.
Yeah, and because they're going to automatically go on assumptions and presumption. And you have to defeat, in order to win in court, you have to defeat their assumptions and presumption.
Right.
And that's
Exactly.
why I
So
always
what's
say
traveler
it's
mean?
good to stay out of court.
You
Because
said
once you're
definition of
in
words.
court, it's you're playing in their playpen, and they're going to use everything. Like I said, these past almost 3 years of the scamdemic, the courts have become even more lawless. And with them being closed down, we couldn't even seek remedy. If you remember, we had all these Zoom courts that were also totally unlawful. And you know, the bottom line is you also
There's
have
one
to
I want to go attack, actually. She keeps broadcasting to general public, open to the public. This is not protected proceedings, and she still wants to say that to record the proceedings or to reproduce it in any way is contempt of court. I would love to challenge that. Maybe that's somebody we need to notify.
Well, I know a lot of they call them
anything intended to be displayed to the public. And they're deliberately intending to display this to public. Why? Because they have a requirement to display it to the public. Then they claim that the public cannot discuss nor share it. That's an unlawful act.
Yeah, and the bottom line is it's you know, freedom of the press, and I have a lot of people that I know that do those First Amendment audits, and you know, they go in the courtrooms and they're like, you can't come in here with a camera on, you can't come in here, you know.
Well,
it's bad
at
enough
least in the
we
state of
can't go in there
Washington,
with a weapon to protect ourselves.
at least in the state of Washington, says the net result being that traffic is brought under the
That's the whole
police
thing.
power of
It's
the legislator. The term has no application to one who is not using.
Wait,
the
hold
road
on,
as a
hold
place of
on,
business.
hold on. Two people speaking. Go ahead, Joseph. Read what you want to read. Can you hear him?
Well, there's just so many cases here. All these cases, People versus Henderson.
Well, that's the thing about cases, Drew. You can go back and forth on cases. You'll find one case that says one thing and one case.
Law is not law.
Right.
Case law is not
The
law.
bottom line is, though,
Constitution is the bedrock.
Right. Like he said, case law is opinion. Case law is opinion. It's not law.
but exactly, but that's not how they're applying it here in the corporation under statute law and U.S. code. It's just very simple. You're going to lose in court. You may win the argument, but you're going to lose in the end.
Can I
Did you
ask guys
win?
a question
Well,
about
first of all,
something?
no matter what argument you present, you have to present in writing.
Rick,
And that's the reason why case law is important, because it establishes the criteria in which these decisions, even if it was a negative decision, they still spell out the criteria of that decision and why they have chosen otherwise. So whether it's a positive or a negative result, the judge always explains why that happened. So the reason why we use that criteria is because somebody else already looked up these laws and already made a decision based on that criteria. And well, if the criteria is filled, then you win your case. If the criteria is not filled, you've lost your case. It's simple.
Okay, can somebody tell me real quick, when you guys talk about the traveling part and it says motor vehicle, when it says motor vehicle, is there a specific, is that how they list that?
It's used in commerce.
Okay, now.
The definition, the very definition.
Hold on.
is used in commerce.
All right, Tave, go ahead.
Huge turn of events going to be happening because now you can actually say that if I'm driving a motor vehicle, a motor is under definition, a motor is a compression driven,
Any
like a
mechanical
350
device,
Now what happens?
contraption that travels
Okay.
under any mechanical propulsion.
But also, Tave,
That's
you
what the
just,
law
but
says.
also, Tave, you just said driving. And again, driving is a
No,
commercial
I'm not
term.
just saying, I'm talking about the actual vehicle, whatever it is. I'm not worried about as far as the transportation. I'm talking about the actual
Okay, motor vehicle, I'm gonna repeat the term.
motor.
Vehicle, this is 18 USC 31-6.
Okay,
The term.
now
motor
I
vehicle
drive a
means
car.
every description
I drive
of
a car.
carriage.
Wait,
I
hold
go-
on. Hold on.
I don't
Alan's
have
talking
a,
over
I don't
Tave.
have a
Tave, finish.
motor. I don't have a motor in my car. I have an engine. A
Oh,
motor is electric.
Let me
That's a
finish.
problem. Is that that's correct,
Means
isn't
of
it?
every description of carriage other than a contrivance propelled or drawn by mechanical power.
There you go. He just said every
Word is
contrivance.
mechanical power.
Every
Any
contrivance.
transfer from one form of power to a mechanical motion is covered here,
Right.
including UFOs.
Right.
I was just, okay,
Yeah, well,
I was in regards to trying to figure out whether or not.
All right,
these
hold
guys
on,
are-
Tave. Hold on, Tave. Go ahead, Rick.
Okay, it clearly states it is forbidden by law from converting a basic right into a privilege and requiring a license and/or a fee charged for the exercise of a basic right.
Where's that?
See Mulberry versus Pennsylvania.
All right, let's bring up a taboo subject. If that's true, how is it that we have a sex offenders list? Because if the sex offender has to go and get a license for liberty every 30, 90 days or every year, then does that same obligation to register apply to you for a different crime?
Now listen to this, okay? None of the other states have picked it up but Pennsylvania. That's Hidalgo versus Pennsylvania. And they even went all the way to the Supreme Court about sex registry, okay? Now, I'm not a big fan of sex offenders, but at the same point, their rights are being violated. And it stated in their opinion in the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, I believe it was Hidalgo versus Pennsylvania, if I'm not mistaken, okay? It clearly stated that it was a violation of Pennsylvania Constitution and federal Constitution.
Well, if it's in violation of federal constitution is presumed, it is in a violation of the state constitution because the state constitution cannot grant or remove or prohibit rights.
Right.
Because they're both the same, they both have to be in harmony. But go ahead, please.
That is correct. And like I said, the Murdoch versus Pennsylvania case, and I believe that was dealing with a license to solicit, and that was with what do you call those people? Jehovah's Witnesses, okay, saying that they had to have a license to solicit, and that was brought up in the Murdoch versus Pennsylvania case, where that basically said that you cannot charge a fee and get a license and turn a right into a privilege. Okay, that was totally unlawful. Okay, you have the right to solicit. Okay, the bottom line.
Was
you
that
have the right to do? They cannot license a right. And
Was
that's
that-
what I keep when we talk about case law. One of the problems I have about when we bring up case law all the time is you don't even need statutes and codes. You don't need to go to the 18th. All you have to do is go back to the Constitution and say, listen, this is a right that you're trying to regulate, and you can't do it. That is totally unlawful, and especially when you're making a profit off of doing so. And you're trespassing on a right. And that, I don't even go into, you're in violation of you're in violation of the Constitution. And when you war against the Constitution, that is an act of treason.
That's right.
That's simple.
Yeah, it is that simple. And is
I mean,
that
there's no argument.
Rick, is that Murdoch versus Pennsylvania or Mulberry versus Pennsylvania?
That was Murdoch. Yeah, that was Murdoch. That's I believe it's MURDOCK versus Pennsylvania.
Right. That you
And
cannot.
the other one,
That you
sex
cannot.
the sex offender was, I believe it was Hidalgo versus Pennsylvania, but don't quote me on that. I know it was a Spanish name, and that's why I believe it was Hidalgo or Hidalgo.
And the only
or
point.
Hugo,
And
one
the
of
only,
those.
yeah, and the only point with that one, like you said, we're not fans of sex offenders, but the point is that you can't be depriving them of their rights either. At least
Same as
according.
Same Antifa and them idiots, right?
Well, the problem is if the laws hadn't been abused, there's so many people who have gone to prison and jail or has been marked as sex offenders that a normal, rational person wouldn't, condemn that way. But the mandatory laws make it so they have to register for life just simply for pissing behind a bar.
Yeah, which is absolutely absurd.
Right.
Now, the reason why I remember that case is I had a case in Texas where this guy was arrested and charged as a sex offender, and the jury never even listened. I was after he was convicted that we filed an appeal on it, and all it was malice. He had broke up with a woman and kicked her out of her house and her 2 kids. And she had a son that was 15 years old that was always in trouble. He pretty much raised his 2 nephews, his own blood nephews, and was raising her son. And when he broke up with her, she, out of malice, had her son say that he sexually molested him. Okay, which I knew the guy. And this guy was not that type at all. Okay. Right. He's a diehard Christian, and he's the one that would give you the shirt off his back. And it was done out of malice. And this kid had a rap sheet a mile long. And all he was convinced by his mother to get revenge by kicking him out of their house, out of his house.
Yeah.
And
Him and her ought to both still be locked up. That's terrible. That goes on a lot. A lot of people are.
That's all I can tell you.
Right. Yeah.
That's sick.
Yeah, it is.
It is sick. And, it happens all the time. I've heard about many cases where you knew the guy was innocent, okay? And as a way of getting revenge or payback is I'm going to say that he molested my offspring. Yeah. And notice I said offspring, not kids, because they're biological property until they reach the age of majority.
Right.
And that means you're responsible. Yeah. And, to use as a way of revenge and destroying a man's life is, to me, outrageous. And the whole thing was they were trying to throw him back in prison, the guy I was helping, for not registering. And I brought this up at Texas court, and guess what? We won.
Awesome.
And then on top of that, because we were also on the appeal, now her son ended up getting killed, robbing somebody.
Yeah.
So he couldn't even testify in the case. So we won the appeal as well.
Right.
But, we knew, I knew the kid was a liar.
Well,
and, he went along with his mother. So, but things like this happen all the time. And as I said earlier in the conversation, that laws are supposed to be there to protect our rights, not trespass on them. And when you have a government that's de facto that is using these laws or these statutes and codes for profit,
legalism,
that is downright sinister.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Like I said, Texas, and I had the figures. Texas in 2016.
I got a question for you guys then.
Paid over $900 million in traffic citations alone.
Yeah, that's sick.
$900 million.
Yeah, it's pathetic, which is all the more reason for them to keep pushing to confuse people and use their legalese and their jargon to, to keep people in that, to keep the sheeple in that pen. That's the whole point. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah.
Well,
now, let me ask you this.
Hold on.
Now they're making 18% off each conviction. Okay. These judges are making 18% off of each conviction.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
And
yeah.
it goes,
It's incentivized
to their pension fund.
Right.
How many judges do you know live in mobile homes?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. They're incentivized. Right. They're incentivizing, incentivizing conviction, just like they were incentivizing deaths in the hospitals with, putting people on remdesivir and putting them on the ventilators and paying the hospitals.
Nurses were making $10,000 a week. Judges, doctors were making $50,000 a week to murder their clients.
Yep,
Okay.
that's right.
And
That's a
then
fact.
ignorance of the law. Okay. Another one to bring up is Birmingham versus Alabama. I mean, Birmingham, what was that one? I don't remember. Aaron versus Shuttlesworth versus Alabama. That's another one that you want to look up. Shuttlesworth, I'm trying to remember that whole case, but that also, it was another case where exercising your rights cannot be licensed.
Right.
And then I'm trying to remember all these cases. I mean, it's like I haven't even been doing traffic law forever.
Just for the record, just for the record in the recording here, what's the specific constitutional right to travel? Can you quote that off the top of your head?
Okay, it's not a right. It's the first right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Okay.
Right.
It's that simple. The right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that being a right that the Constitution binds the government, which is sworn an oath to uphold and protect the rights of we, the people,
Right.
and not to see, we only delegate. And the word people don't get is we delegated limited power to government.
Right.
So if a police officer can strap on an iron on his hip, what does he have special powers?
Yeah, Rick,
let
let me just clarify that real quick for any listeners who don't grasp it. How life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness covers that. What you cleared up, life. If you can't get in your personal automobile and travel to your workplace, you can't have a life. If you can't go out to the park with your family in your personal automobile to enjoy the day, you cannot pursue happiness. So there's all kinds of examples that can be given on right to travel being covered by exactly that. Pursuit of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
It was commonly known in common law prior to the early 1900s that the right to travel was very simple. To use your motor carriage or your carriage on the roadway it wasn't even a disputed right. They had all these automotive clubs that were arguing against the government back then when they were trying these licensing schemes. And in the common law, it wasn't even debated. They fought many court cases against the states back then. It was almost the surrender of the auto clubs and the continuous bombardment of legislation from these states that eventually that all eroded and kind of went away and people got tired of fighting it.
Yeah, that's Adam Fan speaking, by the way.
Yes.
If whoever's taking notes might want to write this one down as well. It's Zobel, and it's Zobel versus Williams. And I believe that also held up, and it goes into the right to travel is a constitutionally protected right. And that's Zobel versus Williams.
Got it. Do you have any, Adam, do you have anything that you can reference with regards to what you're saying? Supreme Court finding or?
Well, I'm driving right now. I can look that stuff up. I was just reading that not even 3 or 4 days ago.
You're traveling right now?
You're traveling right now.
Yeah, I'm traveling. Yes.
We are to their fraud. See how in tune we are to using their fraud.
That's true.
I mean,
right.
He might be driving Uber right now for all we know. So.
No, I'm actually picking up a pizza for myself. But at any rate, what I think is missing from a lot of this is life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. But the founders said something very, very central to everything that I research and I do, which is what is the self-evident truth? And all of these theories about safety and we got to manage your safety and all that's all opinionated and hypothetical. What is self-evident? It is self-evident that I, as a creation on this earth, am allowed to go out and conduct my business in such a way that I can survive and thrive. right? A squirrel doesn't have to go out and ask the committee if it can gather nuts because there might be some wolves out there.
Right.
Like the analogy.
That's-
Like the analogy.
Those, right. Those are self-evident truths. And just the same way, I don't need a committee's permission to live my life.
There you
And
go.
part of living that life in the common era and the common way is to drive or operate or, you know, all of these word
Travel,
fuckery things
travel.
they like to do.
Travel.
Right,
Travel.
travel. Whatever
Freely
word
travel.
fuckery we want to give it, because the legalese is all a bunch of horse shit anyway.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
But
Yeah, we just have to protect ourselves. And the reason why I get on people using the word operate, motor vehicle, drive, is because you've got to get yourself used to getting that out of your vocabulary. Because if you do find yourself in a courtroom defending your unalienable rights, you have to stay away from their wordplay, and
Right.
that's the whole thing. They're using legalese, and he said he was driving.
Right.
Just like when I said to the judge,
so you
I
can
never
define
said I was
driving
a US
yourself.
citizen.
Right.
You
Well, that's a good
define
point.
driving.
Yeah, Adam makes a good point there that you, the man, can determine what the definitions are. I mean,
Right.
that's a
So you go to court, you put it on your record or you put it on your affidavit. When I say driving, this is what I mean. And
right.
you, public servant, will
That's a good
abide by
point.
what I define it as.
There, I love that.
You
That's
don't
good.
get to dictate words. And that's common sense. So, and self-evident. And unless it is rebutted, because you can't tell me what I meant by
Well,
my
again,
words.
I declare what title
Yeah.
I choose.
Right. Yeah, I
They
like
don't
those
tell me
things.
what their determination of what I'm doing. I determine what I'm doing.
So I'm not interested in learning all the word fuckery anymore. I
Right.
don't do that. I just define my terms and you'll
Right.
abide by it because you're my servant. The law
Yeah, you have to-
exists
you have
for
to
my
define your
benefit,
terms
not
just
theirs.
like they have to define theirs.
Right.
Correct.
And they will, and you know, I get what you're saying, because, you know, when you get into the terms motor vehicle, okay, means every description of a carriage. And I mean, I've got all this stuff down, and, you know, we went through that. And that's where you bring up 18 USC 31, all that stuff. And
Right.
that's pretty much it all.
And oh, by the way, your right to travel is described in 18 USC 245. You see, 241 and 242 are the prohibitions, but the description and their application are described in 245. That's the reason why we quote all three of these together. Again, they have to be done in harmony.
Mm-hmm. And they're always, you know, what is the court there? It's to settle a dispute.
Right.
And then the court does not render a ruling. It renders an opinion of who's right.
Right.
I mean, look at how many
Which is based on is based on the facts and based on the opinions and the witness testimonies in that case. So when they use
correct
case when they use case law against you, they're using an entirely different case, entirely different presentation, entirely different opinion of another judge that don't relate to your case, which is nothing more than bias. You're supposed to come into a case unbiased. So every time case law is brought up, you should be objecting.
Yeah, that's a good
Well, you
point,
guys
too.
just brought up the fact about committees, and here in Akron, where we had this Jalen Walker shot, where an oversight committee has now been implemented and voted on within a 2-week push through our city council, and not enough signatures were brought up to petition it. But the thing is, what's this oversight committee going to do? That's going to be 6 of the 11 are going to be appointed by the mayor, which is a defund the police character, kneel down jerk. And the other 5 are city council appointed. So now you're going to have a committee like you guys are just talking about that's going to be the oversight of the police department, which actually I think interferes with the Fraternal Order of Police's union. They're not anybody that's trained in anything like that, but yet they're going to be the ones that determine when people like this kid that ran from the cops in a 24-hour period twice, shot at him once, and in his life he shot 46 times. But he's a willful fleeing criminal. Now we're going to have oversight committee make the decision over the de facto law that we already have? Because it's happening here in
and
Akron.
the question goes back to what authority? Show us by what authority you even have to even bring forth an oversight. Think about that. Show me by
Right.
what authority. And then what I said before, and I think Mike remembers me talking about this, is start studying their corporate charter. Every township, every city, all have a corporate charter. And that corporate charter should state in there that they must be adherent to the Constitution. And if they are going to be doing things outside the Constitution, this is where you go get a bulletproof vest. Then you hit them with a writ of quo warranto, and that will spook them.
Right. Start holding them
That's
accountable.
exactly what
Well,
I.
as I say, but I'm in a blue county or a blue state, a blue city, you know, where everybody's Democratic in our in this area, and they want to defund the police. They want to do all this stuff. So if you were to do that, I mean, it's almost an inevitable wall to try to get over with these people here, because even the sheriff is. Oh, I don't even want to get into that one, but that's who we got to rely on for, like Mike was saying, you know, that's the people that we have to turn to that have power.
Yeah, you got to put somebody in office that's going to uphold the Constitution
Right.
and become a member
Or
of
I got to get the hell out of this state.
Peace Officers Association.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
I
That's a
think
big.
Seriously, they need to start learning that we, the people, are the ones that hold the power.
Right.
Here's the kicker to the best part of it.
The most
Hold on,
It's a
Jay.
sanctuary city.
Hold on,
ain't
Dave.
Akron,
Dave, hold
Ohio
on.
is.
Dave, hold on.
So now
Rick
we've
was-
taken in
Rick,
the Napoleon people,
Dave,
the
Dave,
Af- go ahead.
Dave.
I'm
All right.
done.
Okay, go ahead. It just, yeah, all right. I mean, if you hear somebody speaking, wait till they're finished and to start up. Go ahead, Dave.
I couldn't hear it. I was breaking up. I'm sorry. I apologize. Does somebody want to say something?
Well, you and Rick were speaking at the
No, I'm
same
good.
time. Go ahead, Dave.
Oh, I was just trying to say that, like, the oversight committee is going to be based on votes that were got by a sanctuary city now from the Napoleon people, the Afghans, and now the Ukrainians are coming in, and that's who they are letting decide this shit show.
Well, let me interject on that, because you've heard me address this so many times. This is the ultimate picture that nobody ever seems to keep pushing forward, which we need to, is what we're in the midst of is a new world order, one world government agenda. The George Soroses and the like and the Rothschilds use their money deliberately, specifically to ship and send people from all over the world, India, Africa, China, everywhere else, into the USA to do precisely that, to just to completely destroy the nation from within, with all kinds of people that don't even know about the Constitution, don't understand the laws. They're not part of us. That's how they're destroying this nation from within, as well as obviously through Hollywood
They're
and
not
TV.
beholding to our founding principles.
That's
They
right.
are not beholding to our
You're
founding
right.
principles, and therefore they're easily swayed by any sweet talker and getting free stuff. I mean, why do you think of, I got my Obama phone, it's what are you giving up for free stuff? Because what you're giving up is priceless.
Right.
And that's what I try to explain to people. And they're like, well, Rick, why do you fight so hard on such a Mickey Mouse case? And I said, because, when you start giving up a little bit of ground, you start
Right.
giving up little by little by little.
That's how
And
they
next
work.
thing you know, that's exactly the way they work. Is, they slow
Drip by drip.
on your rights.
That's right. They drip by drip. In fact, a good example of that is I was talking about this with my dad last night, just after I got off Joseph's show, which again, Joseph Gibson has a Blog Talk Radio, which when we hang up a little bit here, I'm going to send you a link and an email, Rick, to definitely get Sheriff Darleaf onto his program. He can start it up any night.
Absolutely.
He can do the show any night. It's usually on Tuesdays, but it's a great show. And after we were talking last night, my dad and I were talking about that very issue. And I just lost my train of thought because I wanted to point out your show there, Joe. What was the point you just made, Rick?
Yeah, it's slow erosion of once you give up one little right, what you think is little, it's the slow erosion of what our founding fathers had said.
Okay, right. Got it. So I brought my thought back. So a good example is right now it's okay. Like I saw a video of this guy last week saying he went into a Walmart that he's been going in his entire life, and all of a sudden out of the blue, they don't accept cash there anymore. right? So that it's a drip by drip. They'll do it at one Walmart. It's a trial thing. Then the next thing you know, it's going to be this CVS pharmacy, and then it's going to be that grocery store, and then it's going to be this one and that one, and then they got your cash. No more cash. Everything has to be by card. No, it has to be by credit, which is based upon your social scoring system, which is tied into their vaccine passport system, which you got to go get your vaccine. Right. It's all about the same. Right. The same system they're operating in China. That's where all this is headed. That's the main thing. That's why they're breaking down or trying to take our rights away and breaking down all the laws so they can get to that point. That's the point, people. Wake the hell up.
That's when you get your automatic weapons out.
I'd like to ask Rick a question I haven't heard anybody address during this whole entire election. Up until
you broke up, Dave.
Legal.
Try it again, Dave.
Okay.
Break.
You there?
Go ahead.
Up until this point, we haven't heard anything about the election from how many, if Rick has any idea, how many actual illegal immigrants have had the opportunity to cast these votes that we know they were coming in to do it. All the crooked states were trying to get the people in to do that, and they give them a driver's license or whatever. And how many have them already affected this voting process just this time around with the short amount of time that we've already encountered with them, millions of them coming over the border? Has it hit us?
We actually think there's a voting process.
Thank you.
Well, I always
There
say,
is no
hey, if it
voting
matters,
process.
they wouldn't let us do it.
And I was going to say on that note, and I want you to go ahead, Adam, but I was going to say the same thing, that's all a ruse, because ultimately they've proven that they have a drag and drop machines now. They can make whoever win that they want. There is no voting system. It's all a ruse. Go ahead, Adam.
Right.
The voting system is a system set up to give us the delusion that we are choosing our slave master.
Exactly.
I don't.
That's correct.
I don't vote anymore. I haven't voted in probably 6 or 8 years since I've started really studying this stuff and understand what it is that's going on. There's no red versus blue. It's just the delusion that, oh, look, there's an opposition. You can vote for the opposition that we presented you.
Divide
We
and
provide
conquer.
you.
What do we do?
We
about
provide you the enemy. We provide you the hero, and we
Yep.
set you against each other, and you all fight it out. And at the end of the day, they just do what they do.
Also track you where you're at.
What do we do about it?
You got to take your corporate government back.
We use
So
a
the
militia.
We got to take our
right,
constitutional government
So-
back.
Well,
correct. So
here's
in
what we
your
need to do,
county-
and you guys are on the right path, but I'm going to interject.
Go ahead, Rick.
Okay, we have to educate the populace.
We don't have time for that.
Their
Not
rights,
possible.
okay?
Rick, we got
we
a person saying we don't have time for that, and another saying that's not possible.
People
God,
won't
it is
be
possible.
educated because no, it's not.
You've got to
You'll
realize
never get
woke
enough
up-
people educated.
COVID scamdemic woke up a lot of people. You know, just in I know for a fact that here in Michigan, since I've been here, that over 3,000 businesses will never reopen again, and these businesses have been open for decades because of what they've done. And more people have woke up. And let me say, when I go out and I talk to crowds, I talk to crowds of over 5,000 people, and these people are pissed. Okay, people are waking up, and I've got a kid that's 14 years old that comes over and talks to me every day, and he is so hungry for information. And I give him books to read. And I said, the number one thing you need to learn is the Constitution. And you need to get a Black's Law dictionary and start knowing what the words are actually saying. Okay? These are things that you can show where public actors, and I call them actors, are in violation of their own oath of office. And I keep saying, in every speech I do,
Right.
I say the oath of office is the linchpin we use to hang them.
Right.
You start showing where they are in violation of their oath of office and how these courts are for-profit corporations. And we need to get with our sheriffs, and we need to clean the county courthouse.
And, right. Now, let me say, Rick is right. His theory
Correct.
and his strategy is correct. The only question is, will there be enough true American Christian, God-fearing, respected, traditional family value, decent, moral, conservative, constitutional, Second Amendment, First Amendment, genuine Americans to stand up for that reality?
Let's simplify that, because what you want are people that don't want government telling them what to believe, where to go, and how to do it. Simple. I don't care what you believe. I honestly, I will ally with Satanists at this point.
Yeah.
Just because if you want to believe what you want to believe, it's none of my fucking business. That's
Well,
between
yeah,
you
well,
and God.
that's a little problematic too, because
It's not problematic.
I've said from the beginning that this is a spiritual battle, and that spiritual battle is a moral virtue.
The problem with the law is that everybody wants to be free, but they want to dictate over somebody else how they want to believe. Therefore, the law exists. There should not be a law regarding the institution of religion. We don't need a law that supports Christianity, because there should be no law regarding that.
Wait, you know what? You're right. That's true. There should be no law on bestiality, because that woman loves her dog, and she loves when that dog gets it on with her. She should have the right to marry that dog. No, we should have the right to take children and put them. They can do what you want, free for all. Irresponsible freedom is what it's called. And see, that's the decay of our nation from within.
If you create a law that requires religious values, they will use that law to
not religious values.
Values,
moral values.
So you yelled at Alan earlier about speaking over people, and I listened to you do that. So quit talking over.
Go ahead, Adam. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna give him a little redeeming value there. So,
Amen.
A law that exists. Why do I need in Ohio? I'm in Columbus. They passed the constitutional carry law. Why do I need a law to give me permission for something that I already had the expressed right to do?
Right, of course.
Because they will go back, they have taken my right, they have turned it in a law and said, oh yeah, we now acknowledge that by law. But they're going to go back and revert it and revoke it. And they're going to say, well, now you can't do it. We took back the law. They turned my right into a law. It's the same thing as the licensing scheme. So you get a pro-Christian, pro-endorsement of all of your moral vows of Christianity as you believe it should be done. They'll use it. They'll give it to you. They will give it to you. And then the next election, they'll take it away. The will of the people. Your moral sense just became whim of the majority of the 51%. It became a Democratic vote. That is why you can't do it.
Yeah, the opposite.
You can no longer, they will outlaw your practice of religion by 51% in the next election. You can't put that shit up as a law. You can't do it.
No, I disagree. I believe there's a way to do it. The problem is too many people get offended by the notion of some, as you said, religious idea being forced upon them. And I'm not talking about religious ideas. I'm talking about obvious common sense, moral virtue. And again, that can be defined. It is by reason. We must, if our rights come from God, then let's look to the 10 Commandments. You call
what
it
is
religious,
the purpose? What are the purpose of the rights of God? What are the purpose of the laws of God? Other than to love one another and do no harm.
But
right?
that's what we say our inalienable rights come from. We say our inalienable rights come from God.
So when you have an act that harms another, that is an obvious and self-evident truth that is a violation of the Creator's law.
Right.
So those things, yes, they should be outlawed.
Right. Or what about harming God?
Harming God is an opinion.
What about Noahide laws?
Wait a minute. Hold on.
It's not to those who believe, but that's also between the individual and God. If it doesn't harm another person, that's between them and God. That's not up to you to judge.
Okay, it harms other people when the homosexual community, let's use that as an example. And I'm not a homophobic. I have friends that are homosexual. I've had a lot of gay friends throughout my life. Part of the problem is the fact that that this so-called First Amendment, they've used it to be able to promote that which is godless in the public domain, where our children who are young and vulnerable and impressionable are subject to it, so that they can break down the moral virtue of society. See, that's their.
So who has according to Scripture, whose duty is it to raise your child in the way? It's not theirs, it's yours.
No, it's a societal thing. It's a societal.
No, sir.
Yes,
Read
it
your
is.
scripture. Read
Yes, it
your
is.
scripture.
Oh, I have. I've read it probably more than
You
you
should
have.
raise your child in the way. It is up to the parents to raise their child in the way. And the reason the community is going the way it is because the 501c3 corporation churches, who are compartmentalized useful idiots, have not been doing their job and spreading their light. They worry about their fucking subcommittees on the flower committee and the color of the carpet in their sanctuaries rather than
Now I'll have to go back to my
data.
Bible and do some research to come back with the obvious biblical references to societal aspects with regards to how our children are raised. But to use just even without having to go to that, going to a common sense reality, if it's strictly up to the parents, that means the child, when they're driving down the public road and they see the billboard with two men holding hands and kissing each other, or the two lesbians or the transvestites up on the billboard, that's an influence upon their mind in the public domain. When they go to their friend's house, who has an irresponsible parent, that the other parents can't just lock their kids up in their house and say, you can't go nowhere, Johnny, because I don't know what your parents' friends are. That's not how life works. That's not practical. So children are going to be subject to televisions and radios and billboards and commercials and cartoons and movies and songs that are all over the public domain, deliberately and intentionally put there to be
as
godless.
They have been since the beginning of time.
No, not the way they are now, because the media has never been what it is now and ever.
Correct.
Before.
So why is it that the media, as it is now, is not promoting Christian values and morality? And why are they promoting immorality? Because the church has no voice. They've surrendered it at large. So it is up to you. It is up to you to speak to your children about these things and teach them that this isn't right. It's not difficult. I homeschool my children. I have 9.
Right. And see, this has always been a point of contention for me, that again, going back, and we can go on circles on this, because again, if if you say you homeschool your children, and maybe you're cognizant of the points I just made, so you don't let them go anywhere at all where they can be influenced by
That's not what I do. What I do is I teach them.
Right.
I counter the claims.
Right.
I make sure that not only do they understand just what God wants, there are literal reasons why you don't want to go down this path.
Right.
Why did God have sanitary conditions in the Old Testament? Why did he do circumcision? There were, aside from God's law and him setting it forth and people just obeying it, they would find out later that certain sanitary conditions, not eating pork, which was unclean meat, and all of those kinds of things, they had a purpose and a reason, which was to protect the people of Israel, right? There was an underlying reason that they couldn't even understand, because they didn't know about viruses and microbes and bacteria and all the unclean crap that comes from the garbage dwelling animals they were eating. They didn't understand that. They didn't understand why dumping your waste out in the street and stuff like that was wrong, because everybody did it at the time except the Israelites, who were commanded not to. So there's a reason why we teach our children not to follow down these paths. And it's not just because it's a moral imperative, which it is, obviously. It is a moral imperative, but there are also feasible, reasonable, tangible reasons that these things should and can be abided in.
Then you can
now, when my children leave my care at 8, right? When my children leave my care at 18, they are now clear to go out into the world and get bombarded by all of that crap that they've seen up to this point, and I've explained to them. But they are free on their own to make their own decisions, but they have the information. They were raised in the way and the understanding and the knowledge to be able to combat those things, to realize this is not okay. There's a science that says there's an XX and an XY chromosome. The PP doesn't fit in a PP. You know, I mean,
Right.
super simple things. The design of the creator. And if you can give your children a scientific background, not just the moral, religious David and Goliath stories from their childhood. No, the church should be teaching that there is a actual design to all things, all
Right.
the way down to the scientific molecular level. We are not random chance. We are not randomly placed in the universe. We're not random, and all things are subjective. The subjectiveness is where all of this is coming from. And because we in the church, we who are the light, are allowing that to happen.
That's true.
We've not been
90%
fighting that
kids-
for 100 years.
90% of
100
kids spend
plus.
most of their time in a school. When they're not, you know,
Correct.
if you're not with your parents, you're in a school.
And when you send
Now,
them
these
to
people-
Caesar, expect them to come out like Caesar.
That's true.
Some people can't homeschool their kids, though. But what happens when then those kids have to go
Why
to that
can't
school?
you home?
And now,
Why can't you homeschool your kids? You can't homeschool your kids.
I
either
don't have
because
any
you're a
children.
single
I'm just saying,
parent.
I'm just instant.
Right.
not
And
everybody
I
can.
get that. Here, everybody can. They won't. And
Right.
here's why.
But here, what happens
Because
when those
the
kids
government-
have to see a room?
The government has destroyed the family. We've allowed that. The government has forced the wife out into the workplace, empowered her to speak up against her husband and be contrary in the name of equality, which is now being more equal. The court
Equity.
systems have incentivized that.
Right.
They've incentivized that through the divorce system to
Right.
make sure that they get paid to divorce and leave their families. Everything is designed to undermine exactly what you're saying, to force you as a single parent or as even as a parent of a married couple. Both parents have to work. They both have to give of their labor to the government, which is all money is theft of your labor,
Right.
right?
So you've come full
'Cause-
circle to acknowledging the point Tave made was the point I was going to make, that
And
you're-
I agree with all of it. I agree with exactly. I agree with all the
understand
arguments
that you
you're saying.
agree with it. Yeah, I'm just trying to say was we now have children that have to go to school. They have to go to the public schools or whatnot because their parents both have to work. They're subject to these abominations from this cabal satanic cult.
right.
But yeah, when
And
you
therefore,
what are
and
you going to
therefore,
do?
and
You're
and
going
the-
to enter
when
into
you
their
say something
system.
to them, you are now the insurrectionist, you are the white supremacist, you are the most evil person from the PTA board on down through the DOJ and the FBI. You will go to jail.
And they'll make, yes, and they will make paper terrorism is a thing now.
Mind-boggling.
And terrorism, it can be in the form of words. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but your words might be terrorism. Right, right.
Well, how do we stop it? How do we?
How do you stop it?
Every night I
You're
pray to God.
allowing the very institution that is creating these things. So he was getting ready to get in. I think I'm assuming it's Alan that was talking earlier about taking back your counties, right? So here's what my personal view up to this point has been. I looked very heavily into the committees of correspondence that existed up into the revolution. And those committees of correspondence were the group that eventually formed together to write the Declaration of Independence and later form the structure that would be the Articles of Confederation. These men that did that, we can do that as well by following their example. And the Declaration of Independence, the product of their work, was the foundational document. It is the founding document of these United States. It is every bit as legitimate now as it was then. Most of the grievances that are set forth in that document exist now on scales that King George would have only
Hasn't
dreamt
that been
about.
rewritten? Did they bring that up? Trump did that and offered that. Was it 18 or something?
I'm not buying any of that bullshit.
Okay,
So-
I don't either, but I just hear
I-
that. Oh, it's been rewritten.
I've heard it too. So until proven otherwise, when Trump
Right.
left office, we were under the most oppressive. That was at the height of the COVID restrictions, and he did nothing. I'm not interested in Donald Trump. I'm not looking for a
plenty.
savior. If he comes
did-
out,
put us
well,
under no
that's a
light.
matter of opinion. That's a matter of opinion. But at the end of his presidency, I found myself entrapped in my home and all the businesses closed. So
Right.
it is what it is, right?
That's
I'm not.
He backs Israel so he can kiss my ass, is what I'm telling you.
I don't. And he was backing the damn jab as the solution to the problem, rather than stop locking people in their fucking homes and shutting their business.
People don't
That's right.
understand what Noahide laws are coming to. That this country is under Noahide law. It's a matter of time between the Vatican and I hate to say it. We hate to say this, the psyop, like Mike says, but the Jews. It's not the Jews. It's the one
fake
world,
Jews.
the cult, the fake Jews, the synagogue of Satan. They are taking control of this world. Europe has fallen. Europe is
Well,
done.
sure. You've got the three pillars: Rome, London, and
Who they come
Washington
across?
D.C. Right?
The
So-
Canadian border from our north, and they're coming through the southern border free of charge, and people don't see it happening.
And all of that will not stop. So right now you're running off on rabbit trails. That will never end. Those are all symptoms of the problem. Those are all symptoms. Those are
here's our
symptoms of
thing.
a
If it doesn't
corporation
end-
government that operates outside of the law. They operate completely and utterly outside of the law. They make it up as they go.
Exactly.
So
Why they don't leave the
they're not-
outskirts of Washington, D.C.
Right. They're making this shit up as they go. So how do you do that? First of all, consent of the governed. Show me material evidence where any of these corporations were given consent of the governed.
Nope.
Show me that. Display for me the material evidence that happened.
Not our republic government, not the good one. No, absolutely not.
Correct.
The righteous
Correct.
one. Right.
So the material evidence. that
Actually,
they
can I
have
interject? Actually, consent to the governed. Yes, people go buy their shit every day. That's consent of the government.
Hell, we're
So that
using
is an adverse material fact of an undisclosed unilateral contract.
True. There's fraud involved, no doubt about it.
Correct. That is adverse material fact of unilateral undisclosed contracts. So that is not consent. Consent cannot be acquiescence. That is bullshit. That's Roman law. They're getting that from Roman law.
True.
But that, and it's also a lot of a fucking opinion. They can't speak
I
for
hate
me.
to
They
say
can't
my name's
represent.
Octavius too.
So going back to the county thing, what is to prevent, if you had enough people in your county, from consenting to a new county government parallel to the existing corporation,
Yeah, I don't
an
think they
actual
can-
lawful government?
Right. That's the problem. Where people like me are in a situation where I want to be where you're in Columbus, right?
Yeah, I'm in Columbus, Ohio.
Okay, I'm in Akron. So I don't have that here. I don't have that luxury. I'm 1 against 100, it looks like.
Oh, I'm
And-
1 against 2.2 million. I work for the city. I'm actually a city employee. I work for the Division of Water. I'm sitting at work right now doing this against my employer.
Boy, I got to
So-
talk to you on another channel about the West Wobuth Road water project that flooded my basement. Sons of a bitches. Oh my God. That's another
So-
story for another day. But
Yeah, that's
so
a
how
big
do
story.
I basically have to leave this city to get any
We
type of-
have you're going to have to gather people in your county.
Not
So
here.
we talked about educating people. You need to educate enough people. We
Right.
can't educate all the people. That's not going to happen. I've been trying to educate people for so long. People don't want to know this, mostly because of their pride. They don't want to understand. They don't want to believe they've been duped. They don't want to believe that their government's out to get them. They don't want to. They just don't want to understand it. So
Right.
you can't teach these people. They will not be taught.
Right.
They won't. And there's a large swath of those people. Large. So
It
you
has to be
could
brought
get
to their doorstep in order to affect them at an extreme level, like their children being exploited in a transgender bathroom and their child raped by a boy that's supposed to be saying he's pissing in a cat box, and then they ship him to another school, that kind of stuff. Now that's what's going to have to happen. No one would realize it.
Let me give you an idea how many people you might need in your county to pull off some shit like that, and don't do it through the official corporation election board,
10,000.
because that's all bullshit.
Right.
You need to gather up people together, more or less equal to the amount of people who showed up at the county elections during the midterm. That's how many people you need.
Right.
That's a
That's
good
a big-
number to start with.
Yeah.
Those are the people that give a fuck.
Right. Okay. I see what you're saying. For your comparison is these are the ones that do and these are the ones that don't.
Right. Those are the people coming out for the midterms. They give a fuck. They don't know what they're voting for. They're voting. They don't understand what they're voting for. They don't understand that it doesn't matter if you have a red wave or a blue wave. The fucking wave drowns us all anyway, regardless.
Right.
It's the way it works.
Water to me.
That's right.
Yeah, it's water. It's a wave. We're all drowning.
Good.
So I'm not interested in that until we get that. And then you take your county elections. We remove party from the fucking ballot. You don't vote for a party. You vote for a man or a woman.
Right on, brother. Right on.
It makes all the sense.
And then you ban that shit. Yeah, common fucking sense.
Yep.
Why do I only get to select from that with whom red or blue already chose? I'm not choosing shit.
And they jump sides anyway. Fuck
Correct.
Tulsi Gabbard
I don't
type
care.
of shit.
Well, look at fucking Mike DeSwine.
Yeah, there you go.
reelected.
There you go. All right.
What choice did I have? I got a commie or a commie. That's it. That's all I got.
Right.
That was my only choice. I had no choice. And they say, well, lesser of two evils, really vote for the. No, I'm done with that. I've been listening to that my whole life.
Right on, man.
It's sad.
I'm not interested in that.
At least
So-
you know exactly. I understand now. Well, now that this meeting is toned down, where I can hear something, might not have to yell at somebody all the damn time. Oh God, I understand now more about the trying to who I would try to approach to select to be on my goddamn team, not just anybody and everybody. Hear the song going out, hear the music. I want the guys that's playing in the band to come with me. Like
Correct.
that. Okay.
Correct.
I got it. Okay.
Correct. So you're not trying to win the masses. The Revolutionary War was won with 3%, right? That's why we call 3%ers what they are.
Yep. Good shots.
You only need 3%. You only need enough people in your county. How many people in your county? Start talking to them. I guarantee you can find enough people in the county that are tired of this shit just as much as you are. You know what? I got a solution. This is how we take our county back. Once you take one county back, once you take one, they'll fall like dominoes.
Right.
They'll
Right
fall
on.
like dominoes.
Right on.
And then you lay siege to the Capitol.
Yep.
You stop paying them taxes.
And
Yeah,
I was going to ask Mike earlier. I was going to say something to Mike about, and even Rick, about, is there a point, or is there a place that is a focus for an event like we're just talking about, that first domino to fall, to actually not necessarily have to be violent around, but is there a dedicated place that somebody has an idea where there's enough of those people that they know already have that number that can go do that process, take that county back?
Well,
and let
that's
the asks can commence.
yeah, Dave. I think the answer to that is now this is where Rick was right, and Adam just validated it. There is a way, there is a strategy, and
Right.
And a big part of it is educating and waking people up. And your question is kind of, well, is there a group of those people somewhere already? In a way, and sadly, no. That's why
Even with all those people we hear talk about that they've done this since 2000.
well, that's what, as you know, a lot of what we discuss, and we discuss this issue a lot on Joseph Gibson's radio show, is that we're all divided because we're all leaders. I'm trying to be a leader. Adam's a leader. You're a leader. Everybody's doing something. Rick's a leader. We all need to find a way to come together. But ultimately, even that comes down to, that's why I think the strategy that I've been pushing from the beginning is exactly what Adam said: county to county, state to state. Yep. We need to have county coordinators. We need to have county leaders that are really taking an initiative to start rounding those people up and gathering them so that they can, which is why I came up with the National Militia Directory, right? Get the names on it. People know who they can contact in their county. There needs to be some platform where that can happen. I haven't seen it anywhere. It hasn't occurred. So that's been my effort, is to just try to make a way where people are starting to, those of us who are of like mind on issues. And I know, Adam, you know, I mentioned a few more things than you thought necessary on the like-mindedness. I have a tendency to do that because I believe that, but I would concur with what Adam said as well, that it could be narrowed down to his words for the interim, at least. I mean, again, we could debate that all night, not even debate it. I just, we could go around in circles because I know you agree with me, and we'll be chasing each other's tails like two dogs on the issue of, the moral virtue, and do we have God's people really taking control here? Are we a Christian nation or not? Do we let Satan
Those
have
ideas are moot point if we are outlawed from believing that.
Yeah, I don't.
That's where I'm getting at. If
Right,
I'm told that I'm not allowed to believe that and I'm not allowed to teach that to my children, then we've got a whole nother battle. That's when
Sure,
the
yeah,
armed militia comes out, right?
Right,
We're not
exactly.
trying to get there.
Right.
So we
and I
need to
appreciate that. I'm just saying that if we were that, we wouldn't be outlawed from that, because we are that. If we had that Christian, nation, and that's why I think there does need to be some degree of yes, I'll say it, legislating morality. Yes, legislating morality. In fact, morality was legislated, early on even. I mean, just look at the censorship on television in the 50s and 60s. It was pretty normal.
Right.
And pretty reasonable.
It's gone away, right? You're exactly right. There's got to be some type of humility and dignity where it wasn't okay 5 years ago for all this shit to happen. It wasn't. It may have been
that's about when it
underground.
was starting.
I remember growing up as a teenager and they wouldn't play I Want Your Sex by George Michael on the radio until after 10 o'clock. I remember that being a thing. But
Right.
yeah, and I know exactly where you're going with that. And I've tried to raise my children in the way to combat that. But the thing about that is the church surrendered that.
Right.
Yes.
When they agreed to be 501c3 and stay out of quote unquote political debates and electing officials and all that, when the church gave that over and became corporate agents, even whether they know it or not, I've had this argument, they became corporate agents, they got compartmentalized and controlled.
I'm not a fan. Adam, I'm sorry. I'm not a fan of Trump either anymore, but didn't he address that issue when he first came in? He took that out. He undid that issue about the,
no. They gave it lip service, but they didn't remove those requirements.
Right. Just like he was going to put Hillary Clinton in jail.
Right.
I remember when the beginning of COVID came out, and everybody's talking about this Q shit about how Donald Trump was going to arrest all the swamp and rescue 6 million kids from underground caves and all. None of that happened.
Of course,
none of it happened.
Son of a bitch is out in a fishing boat feeding the swamp.
Right.
I'm not buying it until I see something more.
Right.
Until I see some real change.
I'm glad you're here, Adam. I'm glad.
Yeah, no kidding.
Adam, I'm with you 100%, man. I know your points are valid. Like I said, we could just be going in circles on.
No, we'll address your issues when we get down to the fact that they're trying to make it so we're not even allowed to believe what you're saying. Right. That's where they're going with it. They're calling it hate crime.
Right, exactly. That's where they are with it.
Yes.
You're not even going to be allowed to speak on the issue.
Nope.
Right.
They've already passed Semitic laws like that. Look at what's going on.
Right. So at this point, we need to get back to very basic freedom of speech. I mean, it's gone. Why are we not firing up presses? The fucking big tech can't stop newspapers. Why aren't we doing stuff? Why aren't we going back to things we know, things that they can't control, things that we can localize?
Because I believe that they've programmed us to think that now that the people that have made the biggest effect on this country, that live in this country, are the minority, and they have a huge swing. I hate to say this. God bless my mom. They pick and
choose the winners and losers. Yes.
My mom used to say, when she on her deathbed, she told me, "Don't forget this, kid. The white eye must bleed again." The white eyes in my mom's Cherokee Indian. And she also said, when the faggots come out of the closet, close the front door. Don't let them out. Don't let them out of the house. Don't let them come out and do what is going on right now. And it's by a minority of people that have got into the mainstream media. And the narrative for all the other people is, if they hear from the news, you'll go to jail. They take that one guy that goes to a board meeting. They show him getting thrown on the ground. It's theater. This is what would happen.
Absolutely
you
theater.
Fuck around.
You are correct. It is absolutely theater.
Guys,
Yes.
I've been doing this meeting for, this is, I've done a
We can
9
do
hour.
12 hours like Europa now. Don't come on,
Yeah.
don't get caught.
I
cut
did.
short on there.
I did a 9.5 hour meeting once. I did
know.
an 8 hour meeting once, and this one's up to 5
It'll be
hours already. So
9 hours of Mikey, the
Yeah.
Mikey and Melissa hours.
Adam, I appreciate you being here, and I'd love for you to come on more. I wasn't expecting this much of a conversation tonight. I was glad to get Rick on. I'm glad you came on. Tave, always love having you, and Nick, the militia guy's always hanging back there, silent in the background. But he's our little wisdom guy in the background. Nick is.
Real soft, quiet too. And that voice is like, I'm gonna tell you guys something real serious now. He's so quiet.
Yeah. So yeah, I think I want to cut this because it's already a 5 hour video, man. And it's good for the truckers when they're driving down the road. They'll have something cool to
It's
listen
good
to.
for me, Mike. I don't, the hell with the truckers. I got 3 of them in my driveway.
Right. Well, I'm gonna actually cut the recording right now. Right now, I'm cutting the recording. So Adam, again, thanks. So I'm not going to cut the meeting. Hang tight. I'm not going to cut the meeting. I'm just going to cut the recording. But while we're still live, I just want to say thanks to Joseph Gibson for being here, and Nick and Tave, Adam, a few others came on earlier. Rick fell by the Rick and Alan dropped actually about 15 or 20 minutes ago on my phone. The phone, they both just kind of disappeared. I don't know if my connection dropped or if they dropped off. But
wasn't Charles on also early?
Yeah, and Charles dropped off way earlier, like around 7 o'clock. He had a meeting to do. But I'm going to cut this right now. So thank you guys for being here. And obviously, anybody that hears this video, you're privileged and to be able to hear all these different people that came on tonight to talk all this wisdom. We're obviously trying to get to the point of what can we do to have a solutions to holding the criminals accountable. And ultimately, that comes down to those of us of like mind really getting a commanding presence in our communities and our counties, state to state. And that's why we're looking for what we call county coordinators and state coordinators that are willing to step up and try to organize the counties throughout their states. To the extent that we're, allowing the term militia to stay with us, it's because ultimately that's the showing of force. We, the people, are the militia. However, everything we're doing is lawful, peaceful, open, transparent, smart, organized, and bearing arms and weapons against a tyrannical government is the absolute last resort. And it'll probably never happen, because as we grow and get bigger and bigger and bigger, and more of us are coalescing and joining, the bigger they see us getting, the more they know they need to start stepping back in line and doing the right thing and not violating our rights. But that's what we're ultimately working for, is being able to protect all of our rights. So on that, I'm going to sign off the recording here. Welcome back, Joe. Thanks for being here again tonight. I'm not going to cut the video. I'm just going to cut the recording here. So hold on just a second.
One county at a time.